There isn't a worse anymore. She's married now.
She's not happy. I can't see her like this.
A guilty heart.
I can't take it anymore, Mama.
I'm sorry I forced you to marry Damien.
A determined heart.
I still love you. Let's run away.
But what about my children?
Lying heart.
What is this place?
Your trusted source for inspiring, uplifting, faith and family entertainment. Films that inspire and captivate.
We're not giving up.
I have to believe that something good is gonna come out of this.
You find me the secret.
You're doing a great job.
Stories that celebrate life and family.
I saw it with my own eyes.
He is not a god!
Movies that will surprise you.
Queen!
Please don't do that.
Where's my project?
They know everything.
Films that uplift and bring people together.
Can I borrow a few minutes of your time?
Where Tito? Time is money.
Beautiful.
Mila on the wall. Who is the beautiful among them all? Yes, and that's me.
Don't worry. If I'm elected as the school president, I will make sure there is a kids playground for those of who have kids.
Mimi na nani? Hebu nitoe kwa hiyo hesabu kabisa.
And that leader is none other than Bozilla here. Bozilla for president. Why Tito for president? Bozilla for president. Why Tito for president? Bozilla for president. Bozilla for president. Bozilla for president.
Classmates, every Saturday on KBC.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy holidays, happy holidays. This weekend is going to be Christmas. So, well, if you haven't gotten your loved one, a gift, well, you have like 48 hours or so to do so. Well, and if you are not in a position to, how about just spreading the Christmas cheer by spending time with them? Good morning once again. This is Good Morning Kenya, the last Thursday of the year 2021. As far as our programming is concerned, to be live with you here. Thank you for the journey so far. You have kept us company January to now, 6:30 to 10 a.m. Asante sana. We do not take you for granted whatsoever. And being the last Thursday, it's all about entertainment too, with a little bit of what has been making headlines in as far as news is concerned. It's a full house. The team is here to represent and kuaga kwaheri na heri ya mwaka mpya. Introducing the guys from the lowlands.
Leo kona energy.
Wow, Sisi.
You're calling us people from the lowland, like we have got the Christmas tree here, which means we are fully celebrating the event. What about you?
Yeah, na match background yake.
It's okay, Regina.
And by the way, that is Regina's texting face. She was texting me Merry Christmas akiwa mwandimu hivyo. You mwandimu hivyo hata kia amefurahi.
Yeah, sha enter Christmas mood.
There are those people who have a mean resting face. Well, they're very happy.
Huh? Are you okay?
Very happy.
Yeah. Uko sawa? Yeah, mimi niko poa.
Hey, hawa watu wa Lowlands leo mnaongea sana. Waza. Ni ukweli.
They have chosen
You're talking too much. We have not chosen violence. You chose to start with us.
Mko sawa?
Wewe ngojea tani yako Dori.
Mko sawa?
Horera. Etelabani. Good morning.
Good morning, Jane and Victor. And since it's Christmas is going to be over the weekend.
Yes.
What are your expectations of this Christmas? Coming to think about it. You know, we've been talking about work, what are our expectations ahead of the general elections, but this is an opportunity. What are your expectations with this festive season? Let's start off with Victor. What are your expectations?
Well, one thing is for sure, is that there was only one Christmas. The rest are just anniversaries. All right?
Huh? Okay.
There was only one Christmas when the Christ was born. The rest, anniversaries.
Mzee umenipoteza.
I was here wondering whose anniversary.
I know.
Exactly.
What are we talking about?
It was the day Christ was born, right? So
Yes.
the rest are just anniversaries. We are celebrating Christ's birthday. But then it's time to actually spend with the family for those people who've been out, you know, in school, workplaces, in different cities across the country, and even abroad. It's time for them to come together as a family just to enjoy. And you're right, you know, there's that bit of family come together, right? You get to know umefare on aje the whole year, so and so had a problem, so and so made some progress, you know, you catch up. And then now moving forward into the next year. So that's what I'm looking forward to. So it's going to be a good one. And by the way, food. It's danganyane. Exercise is normal. We'll do exercise after.
When we get back.
When you get back, yes.
Jane, what about you?
Well, I know for a fact nitakuwa full mom mode. You know, it's that time of the year where we get to give our nannies a break. Full mom mode with a little one and a little one. Niko na 2 minions tuwili, expecting to have a good time with them. Tutaenda ushago, hopefully to Rudy. Then there's a birthday around the corner. My daughter is born on the 1st of January. So tukifungua mwaka, anamalizana na birthday yake, by the way. Anafungua kama amemaliza hiyo story. So you know the way kids make a big deal of their birthdays. Yeah. So there's that in the mix. It's part of the Christmas, New Year celebration. So it's definitely going to be a good time.
Doreen Aranga, Mrs. O, what are your expectations for this festive season?
You know where I come from? Time ya Christmas.
Unaenda uko leo?
Hata time ni kama inaisha, you know? Where I come from actually, during such kind of holidays, it's just like it's mandatory, it's a thing. You have to travel.
You have to?
It's just a thing. So for me...
Part of the culture?
Yes, I'm traveling and I'm very expectant to meet my in-laws again and spend some good time with them. Then go to my parents.
Yeah.
I think you're
spend some good time with them and then come back to Nairobi.
I think you're the only lady right now who's excited to meet their in-laws.
New
once
address.
again.
New address officially.
P.O. Box.
Aye. 001234.
Oh, yes.
Kaboom. When we grow up, those are going to be our goals. Now,
Regina, your expectations.
So, I'm going to be working over Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be...
Christmas.
I'm going to be working over Christmas. So I think I'll take my break once the Christmas, or rather the festive season is literally quite over. However, I intend to have some quality time with my babies, my small family. And if I get an opportunity to actually travel over and meet mom and my many brothers, I have very many brothers, I'm looking forward to which team this year is going to win the tug of war. Because in our family, we always have a tug of war. So among the games that we play, and our mzee always has a token for the team, or rather the winning side. So I'm looking forward to jump ship to the team that is going to win. So wherever my brothers are, I hope they're still working out. Misuli hapa na pale. Yes, mimi nitakuwa kwa team yenye inashinda. The ladies don't, we cheer. We are part of the cheering squad. But the men square it out. And if they're not doing tug of war, then they're doing the wrestling, the arm wrestling competition. So that is what I am looking forward to. My producer reminds me, but hey, this is us talking about and also talking about our expectations ahead of the festive season that culminates actually this weekend. But before then, we also open the floor to you. You can get us on Twitter at KBC Channel 1, at KBC Channel 1, that's official Twitter handle. We have Traffic Marshal A1, Darina Range, and Lady Jane, Jane Wamboi, and Victor Olo. We're also going to be having Stephanie in not too long when we're talking about matters entertainment. So you are in the right company. So before we bring you up to speed with those stories that have been making headlines as prepared by the news desk, how about we sample the various dailies that we have today, being the December 23rd, 2021. I have the copy of the Standard, so I will be telling you what has made it to the front page of the Standard, as well as my colleagues in not too long. But for now, let's get a quick breather. We'll be right back. Once again, if you're tuning in, this is Good Morning Kenya. Now we're sampling some of the dailies that we have with us in studio this morning, being the December 23rd of 2021. I have a copy of the Standard. Let me just give you a quick sneak peek. Right, there we go. On the front page of the Standard this morning, let's start off global news. Stories that have already been making headlines, especially on the social media platform, if you are on social media, that is. And this is about the most expensive divorce settlement yet. And this has nothing, it's all about the Dubai ruler who now is to pay his ex-wife, a princess for that matter, 82 billion shillings in a divorce settlement. And in that particular divorce settlement, the Dubai ruler has also to continue paying security and maintenance for his children with his ex-wife for a lifetime. I will be giving you details as we proceed within the headlines. And also talking about matters business and looking forward to the new year. Higher taxes await city motorists and businesses in 2022. What is that all about? We're going to be giving you details. Matters of taxes. Talking about reprieve and the schools, given that we only have 11 or 12 days of the holidays now that the children are with us. Well, the teachers received an early Christmas, and this is through the TSC's promotion of 1,900 teachers. That is just in brief. That is the top. Those are the stories that have made it on the top, right there at the top of the Standard paper this morning. Now on to details and the big read. We're talking about matters of politics. Special sittings happened yesterday and the day before yesterday, and some have come up to say, well, it was a win for so and so. Let's give you some of the details, or rather a sneak peek into what is happening in our political scene and what was happening from the floor of the House for the last 2 days, where we've been having the bicameral parliament having a special sitting. Intrigue as debate on key coalition law pushed to 2022. So we will not know up until next year. So MPs allied to Uhuru and Raila had already won the first round of voting by 113 against 68 for Ruto's camp, when the deputy speaker pulled a plug on the debate. The move left both camps dumbfounded. That is what the scribe has chosen to go with on the front page of the Standard this morning. Matters of COVID-19 also. This is a very strict warning from the Ministry of Health, so to speak. Tough measures as ministry steps up COVID fight. According to Health Chief Administrative Secretary Mercy Mwangangi, during a press briefing yesterday, she said Kenyans will now be required to show proof of vaccination before they can be allowed to board public service vehicles or before they can be attended to in hotels and banks. The positivity rate, in as far as the country is concerned, stands at 29.7%. That is in the last 24 hours. And interestingly so, other than politics and matters covered, remember that particular tree. If you are familiar with Westlands area, Yes, Wayaki way, so to speak. There's a mugumo tree right smack in Westlands, and it has been saved, so to speak. And the scribe has chosen to go with Saved for Christmas. It's finds itself on the front page of the Standard this morning, and President Uhuru Kenyatta directed that this 100-year-old mugumo tree in Westlands be spared from being cut down to pave way for the ongoing Nairobi Expressway construction. And he was last night set to preside over the Christmas tree lighting ceremony ahead of Saturday's festivities. However, he was represented by Nairobi Metropolitan Service Boss, that is none other than Mohammed Badi. We're going to be giving you details of what happened yesterday night during the Christmas tree lighting ceremony. These are the stories that have found themselves on the front page of the Standard this morning. Victor.
All right. And let's just pick it on that COVID-19 story. COVID scare hit Parliament after TZ soccer games. It's a requirement that those returning from trips abroad be tested. And this happens during the fifth wave. Then now the clerk of the National Assembly admits that a small number, quote unquote, of MPs and staff positive. So there's a COVID scare in Parliament after Tanzania soccer games. Ruto's numbers evaporate as coalition bill sails through. Deputy President William Ruto and his troops suffered a blow in Parliament after the handshake team ganged up to bulldoze the controversial political party's Amendment Bill 2021. Ruto's lieutenants were easily outnumbered, bringing into sharp focus the DP's grip on the National Assembly as the bill moves to the final stage. So these are the numbers. During the vote, however, 115 MPs allied to Uhuru and Raila voted to support the debate on the bill. The Ruto side managed only 68 lawmakers, paving the way for the bill to proceed to the third reading. Now, the proposed law, which is paving the way for the creation of a coalition party, was roundly opposed by Ruto's men. And more numbers here. A total of 235 MPs voted in favor of the amendment against 83, while 52 senators voted in support against 12 who rejected. That is as far as numbers are concerned. And yes, Regina, you've correctly put it. Ministry puts in place stricter measures for unvaccinated. Now, Health CS Mercy Mwangangi said that the government will require proof of vaccination during funerals, receptions, parties, conferences, trade fairs, workshops, visiting pubs, bars, casinos, supermarkets, and in the transport sector. Basically, what the government is trying to say is that if you are not vaccinated, then you are locked out of some of the essential services. Because on talk of workshops, visiting pubs and supermarkets, many people will be affected. So the best way is just to go for that job. Hard times take the fun out of Christmas. We've just talked about our expectations and what we're going to do. The majority seems to have opted instead to spend time with family, maybe a few friends. Now that is me, with family. Regina as well. Only a small fraction of Kenyans will engage in heavy drinking and hard partying this Christmas as the cost of living and unemployment take their toll. Research by Infotrack Research and Consulting suggests that 12% of the population have plans of indulgence and serious revelry during the festive season. And I think when you talk about taking one for the road, it's a good thing. I mean, you just need to stay sober. This year has really given us some kind of panel beating, a thorough one. So if we are able to stay sober, the better. Ama ni aje Jen?
Kabisa.
Tuende kazi.
He cannot afford to not be sober the entire season.
Yeah.
All right, now let me take you through the front page of the Daily Nation. The main reading here is in regards to what Regina and Victor have already touched on. Ruto wins first round in battle on quote-unquote Azimio bill. We'll not dive into that, but there is another piece here concerning queries as a Ugandan farm is set to run Mumia's sugar The company bid 10 times lower than Kenya's, and it has brought a lot of questions and queries in regards to why a Ugandan farm is rather at the forefront in regards to this. I'll be giving you the details in a bit. Then there are pieces concerning our education. Give us time to get school fees. Parents plead with Magoha. And it is said that parents are in talks with the Ministry of Education to extend the period that they are required to pay the next term's school fees, saying that the financial burden is a bit too heavy. We need more time so that we don't inconvenience our children for that matter. Again, still moving on to health, and we start off with COVID. Get your corona jab or else. Alama za dukuduku. That is and a sort of warning that was sent out from the Ministry of Health. And the other piece concerning health is in regards to the HIV and AIDS war, with US approving an injectable pre-exposure prophylactic drug for adults as an option in the event of people who may be at risk or have been exposed to HIV and AIDS. There is a pill that has been approved for adults, and this is good news for even people here in Kenya. And finally, the Moi Wealth Papers. So according to these papers, how Moi shared his billions among his children. It is said that Kenya's longest serving president, Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, bequeathed the fat portion of his assets to his 5 sons, while his daughters got a fixed cash inheritance from his vast estate. They are still not able to, get a clear image of the late president's wealth, but it is estimated to be in the billions. But as per what this paper has been able to capture in regards to this particular will that was filed in a court, there is some 931 acres of land and 300 million Kenya shillings that have been identified as part of what was left behind for the 8 children. How many sons? 5 sons and 3 daughters of the late president. And here they go on to say, how Moi favored sons over daughters in will. How Moi favored sons over daughters in will, because for the sons, he left for them the 931 acres, which are supposed to be held in trust, held by the trustees of Kabarak universities for the benefit of his sons during their entire lifetime, equally among the sons Jonathan, Raymond, John, Philip, and Gideon Moi, equally. So that basically means they will be having a continuous lifelong stream of income as long as the university and all its affiliates continue to operate and making the profits that they are. So they have a lifetime source of income coming through for them and their children. And for the daughters, they are said to have been left 100 million Kenya shillings each, a fixed inheritance for the 3 daughters. And I think this is why they are saying how Moi favored sons over daughters in the will. I'll be giving you more details in a bit. Doreen.
All right, we start with the festivities, and it just looks like it's hard times because or better still, hard times now forcing Kenyans to skip merrymaking. This story was also highlighted on the Star, I believe, in effect to that latest report by Infotrack, whereby it has just shown the different kind of activities that Kenyans will be engaging in this festive season, from spending time with families, those that will just be sitting at home with the different percentages coming out on what exactly Kenyans will be doing during this festive season, and perhaps how this hard time is just forcing Kenyans to skip what they're usually accustomed to when it comes to this festive season, or if you may, even Christmas. Now, even as we talk about Christmas, you may just be wondering why Philippines mark Christmas season for more than 1 month. That is actually a total of 4 months, and how each of this month there's actually a specific activity that they get to do up until that Christmas season. So when you get to those details, I'll be just telling you what exactly they do from September, October, November up until December, and why it is actually important for them to celebrate Christmas for a total period of 4 months. So for us, if when we get to do it for 1 month, sometimes even 1 day on that 25th, for them they get to do it for a total period of 4 months. Again, to that particular story, which has again also been highlighted in all the dailies in regards to COVID-19 and the Omicron variant. This is also as concerns continue to grow as 18 MPs test positive after that Arusha tour. This actually was confirmed through sources within the Parliamentary Service Commission, and also again the new measures of the ministry is unveiling to ensure they check the spread of the Omicron variant, just to ensure that Kenyans bring out their COVID certificate or try to ensure that all Kenyans get vaccinated before they can be able to access most of these services. To some bit of education matters, NEC now plans for 5 exams in next year, and they are attributing this to the fact that next year is going to be a very, very busy year, given the fact that it is the election year. And also the election which will be happening in August. So this is why, instead of having those 2 or 3 exams as it used to be or as it is, they'll be having a total of 5 exams. This particular article just highlights perhaps the preparedness of students and also what parents have to say in regards to that. And also, to some bit of an interesting story, if I can mention. Oftentimes during, again, this times of the year, during the festive season, time to merry-make, there's a lot of competitions here and there. In Butula sub-county, a young man, actually in a school particularly, there was an eating competition that turned tragic. What they were actually competing to eat was bread. This was bread in Butula sub-county, whereby it just ended up to be very, very tragic, that particular competition. So again, when you get to those details, you just beginning to understand what exactly happened in this sub-county and how tragic this competition ended up being. What was supposed to be interesting and exciting, how it ended up to be tragic there. And also, maize shortage looms ahead of festivities as farmers export the commodities. Right now, as it stands, we obviously know that the prices of basic commodities are actually high, and this is also quite expected. It is during the festive season, so obviously we expect that. But what is coming out is that even as these prices are actually high, Kenyans do not get to access most of this basic commodities simply because they are being sold out to outside countries. What does that mean for Kenyans, and especially from Kenyans of those part of the country whereby this is actually a staple food for them and a basic food for them? And lastly, stakeholders partner to end FGM in Narok. Remember, this has been a continuous conversation whereby the state is really planning to ensure that this particular practice by come 2022 is actually completely eradicated. We have been having stories here and there of different parts of the country, especially communities such as those in Kuria, who continue to ensure that they practice this FGM. And this is why different stakeholders are just coming into play to try and see how best they can end this FGM. And this article well highlights that is in Narok County. To the details.
Regina. Now, talking about details, where do we start? Let's start off with matters of COVID. Positivity rate currently stands at 29.7%. Government says that now Kenyans will be required to show proof of vaccination before they can be allowed to board PSVs. How do they plan to have this implemented? Well, I'm not too sure, because right now long distance vehicles, let's just start from there, PSVs are packed to capacity. You can imagine, would you miss out on traveling? And would that company want to incur such a loss? Those are just questions that are going through my head. So the directive comes when a majority of Kenyans are planning to travel for the Christmas and New Year festivities, and it is also 2 weeks shy of the deadline set to vaccinate 10 million Kenyans and 27 million Kenyans by 2022. You see? So according to the government, and this is according to the ministry's acting director general, that is Patrick Amoth, he said that the Omicron variant is the most dominant variant right now. On December 7th, 76% of the samples were Omicron, 18% were Delta variant, and 10 days later, all samples were for positivity were for Omicron. So we need to be alive to that fact. On the other hand, we have one of Actually, Kenyans, in this article, it goes to say that Kenyans misinterpreted KEMRI's report that there's a flu outbreak. Now, according to Victor Ngani, the founding chairman of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Pharmacists Dentist Union, he says Kenyans who catch the flu-like symptoms should assume it is COVID until it is ruled out. Aye. Have you heard that? Aye. Kenyans who catch the flu-like symptoms should assume it is COVID until it is ruled out. Rather than assuming it is a flu only to find out it is COVID. We should be on guard. Many patients who have come to me with flu-like symptoms are turning out to be COVID-19 positive. Hey, now let's think about it. In the last 2 weeks, we have encountered people even going out on social media, headache, fever, cough, and such. And even among us, we're coughing. So according to Victor Ngani, the founding chairman of the Kenya Medical Practitioner Pharmacists and Dentists Union, he says we should treat this as COVID until it is ruled out. Better be careful than sorry. Take precautionary measures, so to speak. And this comes in light of that particular directive that all those traveling must show proof of negative PRC test upon arrival 72 hours before travel. This is in regard to those who are traveling in and out of the country, especially coming into the country. And also those who are doing domestic travel now, you have to show proof of vaccination to access public vehicles, so to speak, including supermarkets. I'm worried about the implementation aspect of it, but hey, we'd rather be safe than sorry. Victor.
Wow. Yeah. So remember that around a week ago, KEMRI said that there was an outbreak of influenza A, but then now another version is now coming out that first of all, you don't have to assume, but there is true because most of the symptoms and signs are more or less the same. So I think it's so paramount that we not need to assume. So talk of COVID-19. COVID scare hits Parliament after Arusha super spreader. National Assembly clerk, that is Michael Selai, admits that a small number of lawmakers and staff tested positive. It was confirmed that at least 8 of the 11 MPs who traveled for the East African Community Games have tested positive. Many more staff have also been hit, forcing the legislative arm of the government to significantly scale down its physical operations. This was established after a rapid testing done on Tuesday in Parliament. So that is as far as that is concerned. And on Wednesday, National Assembly clerk Michael Selai said that indeed there were COVID-19 cases in Parliament. I think it confirms that the virus is still here with us. Some good news for Kenya, as Kenyans to benefit big after DR Congo. I almost said doctor. Yeah. Kenyans to benefit big after DR Congo admission to EAC. Kenyans products will be subjected to zero tariffs, tipping businesses for opportunities. Kenya is set to reap big after President Uhuru Kenyatta successfully brokered admission of the Democratic Republic of Congo to the East Africa community. So we have a new kid in the block. Yesterday, the 18th Extraordinary Summit of the Regional Bloc's Heads of State endorsed the admission of DRC into the EAC, making the country the newest member in the elite club. I love that word, elite club. Elite club. We have Tanzania, we have Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, and now we have Congo. Regina, in terms of business, this spells a good pointers for the East Africa community in terms of trade. And you talk of tariff barriers, you know. It's good news for Kenya, right?
Yes, actually not just Kenya alone. We're just looking at even, now expanding the regional bloc.
Yeah.
And what it means, because we have been seeing the EAC Council really coming out to try and break the barriers that are curtailing trade within the regional bloc. You know, even with the coming into effect of the African Free Continental Trade Agreement, we are still seeing Africa still not trading as it should within its states. You know, it's a continent rich with human resource as well as, you know, raw materials and such. So you can imagine the overall impact it will have if Africa embraced more trade with itself than trading with other blocks like the EU and such. So now the expansion of the EAC and the addition now of DRC, it means now opportunities are abound for persons, especially businesses, SMEs included, who had been, you know, looking for markets for their products. And if I was an SME at this point, I'd be looking at how now to get my products to DRC before anyone else, before we clog the market, so to speak. But you know what they say, if your product is top quality and it is is priced well, you need not to worry about competition. Another thing we have been seeing with the EAC is conversations around, you know, even having a single currency, rather a common currency for these member states to trade together. That is still in the pipeline, is still in the offing, and I'm looking to a time where this regional bloc is going to be a powerhouse, so to speak, by coalescing together and working together, because there's so much. Look at, even when we say DRC, even look at the waterways. How best can the EAC also take advantage of the waterways as one of the ways of to transport goods across the regional bloc? So entry of DRC is a good move, and a good move especially for businesses as well as government. And now we're waiting to see what happens with the conversations around eradicating NTBs, that is non-tariff barriers that have held back the regional bloc from attaining, you know, significance when it comes to matters trade. So it's a good move.
Yeah, and you know, the story says that the DRC is Africa's 6th largest buyer of Kenya's goods and purchases Kenya's agricultural and manufactured goods more than any other product. So we stand a chance to reap big from there.
Can you imagine a time where there will be free trade within the African continent? Ni kama unajua, nikitaka curtains naenda Isili, nikitaka mchele naenda Mwea, nikitaka fish naenda Kisumu. Now imagine that in the African space, with each country and its main resources.
But I think in the near future, more countries will join the bloc because it continues to grow. As Regina has put it, you know, interest, because you can imagine Libya has oil and another country has coffee or cocoa. You just have to come together and do the trade.
Shakuwa na siku ya soko, Saturday ni siku ya kwenda soko.
With zero barriers. Badala ya kwenda Uganda, naenda Uganda.
Pige nikirudi.
So at that time you're now in Uganda, nasema narudi sasa.
Nichukulie zile nini, zile viatu niliacha hapo hivi TZ.
Next week niko Angola.
But imagine with that how Africa as a continent can really grow.
And that was a vision that the late Colonel Muammar Gaddafi had.
Libya.
Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism. If we decided today as a continent to trade within ourselves, we would be the powerhouse. And because we have the human resource, we have the raw materials, we have the technical know-how. If Africa actually decided to trade within itself, and you know, nothing that we wouldn't do as a continent.
It takes us back to the days of Mansa Musa. I believe you guys have interacted with that name, Mansa Musa, the richest man that is known, and he was from Africa. Whenever this guy would travel with his caravan, he would make sure each stop that he would go, whenever he was going to, what's it called, for pilgrimage, along his path, hakuna city inabaki as it was. Wherever he made a stop, he made sure he has solidified the people that are there. He has, and you know, they used to trade in gold. So gold was such a commodity that anyone and everyone could afford, and he was going all out for the African people. Within the space, hakuna mtu anaachwa nyuma. Nikitembea hapa najenga wase, nikienda pale najenga. You build a city.
But then right now, you you've said are very important.
Good old days.
You can imagine.
Anyway,
maybe as African continent we might actually get there. If this was a thought of someone,
we were there until colonialists
I'm saying
came.
if this is a thought of someone that perhaps had that as an African continent, it becomes easier for us to trade amongst ourselves. Just like Ray is saying, what Gaddafi had of Libya.
And that's the problem, because we have so much external influence. It seems so hard to just drop all these barriers that are within the African space and do business freely. We seem like there's this veil that shows us we have to do so much in order to be able to do business with Uganda freely, in order to do business with Somalia freely, with Nigeria freely. We have to follow these protocols.
Imagine if you were free like that. Up until now, even Uganda couldn't be crying of Migingo Island pitting amongst ourselves between Kenya and Uganda if it was just free as that.
But you see,
can you imagine saying, hey, wait, Vic, Doreen, Ray, tuende tukapime nguo za rurashio hapa hivi Nigeria.
Tunarudi
hapa hivi Nigeria.
Taylor ako huko.
Then you call Jen. Hey, Jen, uko wapi? Ati mimi niko South Africa.
Manze,
nakuja show kesho.
Man.
But we're just trying to imagine how Africa as a continent will really develop and grow immensely if we get there.
When we become that global village that we want to. But anyway, speaking of money, let me bring you back to this story concerning the late president's will. But then there has been a lot of back and forth about this will as per this particular article, which have of course been kept under wraps very well due to some pieces of estate and wealth and properties, both movable and immovable. There have been lawyers who have been battling behind the curtains. But as per this article, as per what was identified in a court filing, they focus on the piece of land at Kabarak and of course some 300 million Kenya shillings, which I've already mentioned to you. The sons were left this piece of land, 931 acres, which is held by the trustees of Kabarak Universities, who will hold the property for the benefit of Moi's 5 sons, Jonathan, Raymond, John, Philip, and Gideon, equally during their lifetime. And in the event that any of them pass on, the same equal share will be handed down to their children. And in the case where there are multiple children, it will be divided equally among the children, and so on and so forth. So if you have one child, napata. Ukiwa na watoto 7, nagawanisha mara 7. Hivyo. And as long as it's still within the family and the university is operating at a profit as it is right now. And for the daughters, they got a one-off payment of 100 million Kenya shillings each. That is Jennifer, June, and Doris Moi. They got 100 million each. And this is something that most people are coming out to say that how Moi favored sons over daughters. But something also interesting to note is that when the late president divorced his wife Lina, his son, Jonathan Moi, sided with the mother. And since then, there's always been the notion that they haven't been in very good terms over the years. And him being included in the will is something that even the lawyers who have been quoted here as saying was unexpected due to the frosty relationship that they had therein. But getting to more details is that this will was originally, Merry Christmas. This will was originally written on the 15th of November 2005, 4 years after he left office and 14 years before his death. However, he made some amendments on the 30th of March in 2010, which have stayed in effect up until his passing on the 4th of February 2020 at the age of 95. And you know, one take home that I think we can all take from this is the question of preparing for life after yourself. And especially if you have a family that maybe depends on you, or you have dependence in any shape, manner, or form. This guy wrote this will in 2005 and inasomwa in 2021. All right? So hata kama yako ni kidogo. Remember the other day we had a conversation here on Good Morning Kenya about preparing a will. It doesn't matter how small or how vast your property is, or how you think it is. As long as you have dependents, it is important to just bring together your properties here and there, movable. Hey.
Merry Christmas
Merry
once
Christmas.
again.
Merry Christmas.
And she's been like that since yesterday, baby.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Movable or immovable.
Yeah.
Daddy,
You have the
my
tree.
roots are showing.
Merry Christmas or Happy New Year? Which one is it?
Merry Christmas. Nimemaliza.
Merry Christmas.
Prepare story.
Talking about Merry Christmas, I'd want to appreciate one of our viewers or two. We
Yes.
have Mutaraza Mohamed Ali, who says, happy holidays to you people. Stay safe, keep your loved ones safe, wear a face mask always. So this gentleman has been part and parcel of making, I learned that when we met at the KWS function. He was part and parcel of the persons behind the rebranded KBC logo and such, as well as the colors. We also have Madam Agnes there, who says, happy holidays. You people are looking fine this morning. The last few days I have been watching you guys do the newspaper review. Good job. Asante sana, Madam Agnes, and happy holidays to you too. So keep them coming. This is Entertainment Thursday, being the last Thursday of the year to have this particular show go on live. It is open. You have someone you want to wish them a happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year? Well, this is a platform. Entertainment Thursday. Thursday is a new Friday more so. This is the last Thursday of the show this year. Do keep them coming. You can get us on Twitter at KBC Channel 1 News. My Twitter handle is at Raymanyara. For now, we take a quick breather. Do not go away. So much entertainment and fun is coming up in not too long.
The KBC Board of Directors, Management and Staff wishes all our esteemed listeners, viewers and clients a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. We wish you peace, joy and prosperity throughout the coming year. Thank you for your continued support and partnership. May your holidays be filled with happiness and good cheer.
They are responsible for the love that endures over the years.
You better get me out of here.
This time, you won't escape from me. I'll make you pay for each and everything you did to me.
Oh no.
From Team Vioja,
we wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, hoye!
Yeah!
Welcome back. This is Good Morning Kenya, and the hashtag is Good Morning Kenya at KBC Channel 1. My personal handle is Stephanie Ayeta, and I'm so excited because it's Entertainment Thursday, and I couldn't possibly miss because we have such an amazing guest in studio, and this is none other than Winnie Paul herself. You've been nominated for FIMA Awards, and there's so much about you we'd want to know today. So, but first, tell us about Winnie Paul. Is it, and you're not related to Willie Paul, just on a light note?
Yes, yeah. So, my name is Winnie Paul. I'm a gospel musician. Yeah, and I've been nominated for this amazing award, the New Female Artist of the Year.
Okay, you'll tell us a bit about that. So, where did the name Winnie Paul come from?
Yeah, so the name on my ID is Winfred Wanzakaptui. Yeah, so you see, it's too long. Yeah, people have been calling me Winnie all along as a short form of the name, and I'm married to Paul, so Winnie Paul, like Winnie Mandela, Winnie Paul.
Okay, so you're married, so we have that out of the way.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about your song Doa. Speaking of marriage, you sang a beautiful song about Doa, and it's a great song to jump to during a wedding ceremony. So beautiful. Tell us about just something about that.
Yeah. You know, I realized in the gospel industry, or as Christians, sometimes we are not as romantic as we should be. Yeah, and I think God intended marriage to be something amazing. Whether you're saved or not, you should enjoy your marriage. That's why I made the song Doa for people who are waiting, and for people who are already married, in marriage, to understand that it's a beautiful thing created by God.
And you have a message in that song, the main message. Tell us about that message.
Yeah, so the main message is in the first verse, which says that Mungu ni mwanzilishi wa ndoa. Yeah, so from the Bible in Genesis, we see that Adam and Eve were brought together by God. Yeah, so God has great intention for marriage. Yeah, and it should be for man and woman. Yeah, that's why He created Adam and Eve, not even Eve or Adam and Adam.
And you said kazi si ndoa. What's that line? Kazi ni
kuolewa sio kazi, kazi ni ku-maintain. Yes.
And how's that?
Yeah, you know, we have seen, maybe especially for the young couples, it's a challenge that is all over the world. So many people get married in very glamorous wedding, but within a short time we see cases of divorce. Yeah, so I'm speaking to the married people that it's not about the wedding, but it's mainly how to maintain the marriage. And you can maintain your marriage through God's will, through prayers first, and through seeking advice from the right people. From the right people, and communication.
Wow.
Yeah.
Powerful.
Yeah.
About your music journey, take us through it. When did you start? How is it now? You know, take us to that journey.
Yeah. So I grew up in Ngong. Yeah, so I went to a school called Ngong Township. So that's where I think my talent was nurtured. I remember in class 2 we had a class teacher who forced us to each sing in our in our vernacular a song. Each one to sing in our vernacular song. Yeah, so I sang a song in that time Kamba. Yeah, and my classmates were always singing and enjoying me about the song. So at first I was pissed off, but after some time I just got used to it, and I've been singing throughout my life from then. And then my first recording I did in 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you started singing when you are at a very young age.
Yes.
And I know your story. You said that your father took you through that, your music, supported you in your music journey.
Yes.
And you know, you lost your mom at a very young age in your teenage years. How was that, and how was it to have support from your father? And you know, tell us just a bit about that before I continue.
Yeah, so I first want to pass my shout out to my dad, Mr. Morris Captain Oleang. I know he's watching in Eldoret. Yeah, so my dad has been my greatest support system, and he has always encouraged me to sing. Like in education also, he has been very supportive. I remember like in high school, after my mom passed on when I was in Form 2, he never missed even one visiting day. And that time he was working in Kisumu. He used to come all the way to Ngong. Yeah, I really appreciate him. Yeah, so He has been a very great support system.
So he's been very instrumental in your music journey.
Yes.
Wow, we celebrate such parents, you know.
Yes.
To be a parent is not just merely to sire a child, but to raise a child and be there for them. And we thank God for that.
Yeah.
Tell us about, you know, why you started gospel, why you chose gospel, and why sing for God?
Yeah, so as you said earlier, my mom passed on when I was 15. Yeah, my mom used to also encourage me a lot in singing, and she was a staunch Christian. Yeah, so I think that's why I chose gospel. So from a young age, we could sing in the house, some nice worship. Yeah, she always encouraged me to love God and to serve Him. Yeah, so that's where the gospel journey started
from.
Yeah.
So now when you sing, what's your end goal? What do you want to achieve when someone, you know, hears your song?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so my main aim is to pass the message of God to people. Yeah, I'm just a vessel. Yeah, so mine is mainly just to pass what God wants me to speak to the people. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what would you define as a powerful song? One of your songs that Ulisema, this one, it was just awesome. This I mission accomplished.
Yeah.
So how do you define that? How do you say this one, I have done it?
Yeah, so I've done most of my songs. I feel they're very they really touch my heart before I deliver it to people. Yeah, but one song that I can say two of them that really touches my heart. It's Mataifa Yote, which I did featuring Eric Smith. Yeah, the song mainly speaks of how all the nations should come down, should come together and worship God. Yeah, that every knee shall bow, every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, and then the next one is Kamasiwewe, which I recently released this week. Yeah, that one is mainly a testimony of my life. Yeah, it says that if it were not for God, where would I be? If it were not for God, who would I be? If it were not for God, what would I be able to say? Yeah, He's everything I have. Yeah, so that's
and what brings about this passion that you have for God? Because we have people in the music industry, and not everyone sings because of God. Some are there for the business, but what, you know, keeps the fire burning for you know, for you and God, the relationship that you have?
Yeah, because I think I've passed through some of the most hardest things that I thought I could never come through. Yeah, and God has been faithful. Yeah, first losing a mother is not an easy thing. So I'm also encouraging someone who is watching today and maybe you've lost your mom or someone close to you. Just remember God is with you and you'll overcome. Because me, when I lost my mom, I thought that my world has come to an end, but I'm here today. You can see the wonders of God.
Testify of the goodness of the Lord.
Yeah, so even you will come through it. Yeah.
Wow, that's such a powerful thing to say, and we are so happy for you. Could you sing just a verse on that song, Kama Siwewe, the recently released song?
Okay. Kama siwewe ningekuwa wapi? Kama siwewe ningesema nini? Kama siwewe ningeenda wapi? Unaishi, utaishi, unaishi mfalme wa falme, unaishi, unadumu milele.
Wow, it's such a beautiful song. I know it has blessed so many people. Have you ever received a comment and you're like, this one, it touches your heart?
Yes, I have received several, but one that really moved me, it was from former colleague, Doreen. Yeah, there's a time she texted me, she WhatsApped me at around I think 12 in the night. She told me that she could not sleep for several days. Yeah, but after listening to Sikustahili, she just calmed down and she was able to sleep. I really thank God for this and all the miracles that have happened through the people who have listened to my songs.
Wow, that's so beautiful. I know the feeling must be very, you know, you feel nice when you know your song has touched someone. It has done it has fulfilled the purpose that, you know, it was meant to do. And, you know, how's the gospel industry in Kenya? For you, I see clearly, you see that singing for you, it's a ministry, something like a ministry. But there are people who do it as a business. Just comment on that. People say the gospel industry in Kenya is dead. What do you think of that?
I don't think it's dead. I think people are looking at the wrong direction. Yeah, what I can say, I can't comment because, you know, me as when I was in 2018 when I did my first song, I had a voice from God. Yeah, so it depends on the person who is ministering. Yeah, so I can't say it's dead because they are very powerful musicians still. Yeah, and for a person maybe who is trying or who would want to get into gospel industry, I can tell them just to focus on the call. Yeah, and not to focus on the money because there's not much money as expected. Yeah, but you just have to do it as a ministry. Yeah, you have to do, maybe I can advise someone who want to venture in to maybe have something on the side.
As you do it.
Yeah.
And for you, we know that you are very learned. The people know how much you're learned. Tell us about the PhD, the degree. You have 2 certificates. And you're still this young, looking so good and everything.
Yeah, thank God.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I did my first degree in biochemistry and molecular biology in JQuat. So at JQuat, yes, so I did that. I finished in 2013. Yeah, and then I have sold in 2014. I sold mitumba. I sold ice cream. Then I was able to save some money. And in 2015 January, I enrolled for masters in the same university to do project management.
Wow.
Yeah, which I did, and I graduated in 2018. And then 2019, immediately I joined for my PhD in project management. Yeah, I finished the classwork in 2019.
So how is it juggling the industry with education and the business and everything?
Yeah, I can say it has not been easy. Yeah, it has not been easy, but God has been gracious. Yeah, what I can say for someone maybe who wants to advance their education and still maybe do their talent and business, you just have to delegate some of the things. Yeah, and I thank God for a supportive husband. Yeah, because you have to have a good support system. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And how does it feel to be nominated for FEMA Awards as we come to a close?
Yeah, it's exciting. I'm so grateful for the people who are in charge of nomination. And I'm thankful for being given the opportunity. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. So we want you to tell us how we can vote for you and also where we can find you in your social handles. But we don't want you to say it out when you can sing it out. So sing it out with a, you know, just a challenge with a Christmas song, you know, so that you can stick to in our minds. Something like, I don't know, which song do you like? Christmas song do you like?
Wish you a Merry.
Okay, so sing it out as you tell us how to vote for you.
Okay, so I sing fast?
No, you sing out the chorus like, how do you say it? Vote, okay, no, that won't. I think you never look at a picture. But okay, just tell us and then sing for us a Christmas song.
It's okay. Yeah, so kindly take your phones. Yeah, and then just dial star 483 star again 733 hash shall come again star 483 star 733 hash. Then you click the green button. Then you put the nomination code as 203808. The nomination code is 203808.
Yeah. Okay, and where can we find you in your social handles?
In my social handles, you can get me on Facebook at Winnie Paul. Yeah, Instagram, Winnie Paul, YouTube, Winnie Paul, and you subscribe and you get inspired by my songs and some encouragement videos there.
Okay, thank you very much, Winnie. It's been a pleasure having you in studio. Thank you. Sing for us Merry Christmas as we close, as we close the show.
Okay. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
So yes, it is Christmas season. That's time to be jolly and to celebrate and enjoy everything with your family and your friends and those that are less fortunate in the society. This has been none other than Winnie Paul. So support her, go to her channel, subscribe, also vote for her for the FIBA Awards. The show has just begun. We have more to come just after this short commercial break. Stick with us. See you on the other side.
You could be seated there, not knowing you're the newest millionaire in town. Visit ufaa.go.ke or dial *361# and find out if there's any unclaimed cash and other financial assets in your name. Labda umeomoka na ujui. Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. Receive, safeguard, reunite.
有一段故事建筑一座城堡。
He stole our game, so then I stole his. If the law should get involved, he and I will be punished. You're innocent.
If you meddle in my business, like you already did once, I'll think less of you than I do of Jai Wei.
Those who hide things from me aren't qualified to work with me.
How come? Let my son out!
Open the doors, Hao Kang. Let me talk to him.
I'll be your father now.
What did you say?
有一段故事建筑一座城堡，回忆放进去后就不再。
The KBC Board of Directors, Management and Staff wishes all our esteemed listeners, viewers and clients a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. We wish you peace, joy and prosperity throughout the coming year. Thank you for your continued support and partnership. May your holidays be filled with happiness and good cheer.
Wafanya nini kwetu wewe msichana?
Unauliza nini? Nafanya nini kwenu?
Paka sasa anatusumbua. Wafikiri tutafanya vipi?
Fanya kampeni sisi hatuelewi. Yaani kampeni sisi tumemwamini. Sawa mwanangu. Nakwambia vipi? Lakini akiroba tu. Adondosha kichwa.
Hey dad. Cool down.
Wastahili Bwana wa mabwana, wastahili mfalme wa wafalme, wastahili kuabudiwa na kuheshimiwa Bwana. Bwana wa mabwana, wastahili waabudiwa na kuheshimiwa Bwana. Oh Bwana, haleluya.
Malaika juu mbinguni wanakuinamia, wakilisifu jina lako takatifu. Maserafu, makerubi wanakuinua juu, juu. Katikati ya miungu umejitukuza, hakuna kama wewe, wastahili. Bwana, umejitwalia sifa, Mungu mkuu, na kuinamia na kuinua juu, wastahili Bwana, wastahili Bwana wa mabwana, wastahili
Welcome back to the program. This is still Good Morning Kenya. If you are just joining us, you're right in time for our second conversation on our Entertainment Thursday segment. I'm Doreen Arange Okelo, and right now, nakwambia mwanahabari shupavu wa kutajika katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Namzungumzia nani? Beatrice Gatonya Ngetich. You obviously know her. If someone who watches KBC, Swahili news, Swahili reporting, hujakosa kumwona pale. An anchor, a reporter, now a musician. But this morning, we talk about her music. She just got into the music space, specifically gospel music, and that is what you want to focus on this Thursday morning. Remember that also we are taking your feedback. Tell us where you're watching us from, how you're loving the show, being the last Thursday of the month, of the year. Our new Friday, the Christmas season, Christmas spirit. Unatazama ukiwa wapi? How is your feel? What song would you even like us to play for you, being, this Thursday, Christmas, the last Thursday of the month and of the year? And even as we take on taking your feedback, you can get us on Twitter at KBC Channel 1. My handle is at Doreen Arange. And there's John Kaindi from Machakos Level 5 Hospital. John, we appreciate you for watching. Anasema wimbo za Winnie zinambamba, zinamshika sana kwa roho. We appreciate you so much for watching, as well as all our viewers. Now to our conversation. Like I mentioned, Beatrice, we know you as an anchor, reporter. Now you're getting to the music space, and specifically gospel. Before I even get to your music, what is it about the gospel music? Because right now there's this conversation. If someone is getting into music, especially if they're starting out, it's just gospel. What is it about gospel music?
I will not speak for someone else or anyone else. I'll speak for myself.
getting into gospel music because this is something that I have wanted to do since I was a young girl. When I was growing up, I was singing in Sunday school. I remember together with my sisters, we would be invited to sing in weddings, to perform in occasions, like tulikuwa tunajulikana kama the Gatonyes. Young girls who would sing and sing and sing and sing. So singing for me, it did not start today. And I have never seen, not even once myself, as a secular musician, because I have a calling. And I remember when I was growing up, I used to listen to Akina Esther Wahombe, Kuna Dawa, Kuna Dawa. I used to listen to Chibalonza. She was my biggest inspiration in the music industry. I remember during when I was growing up, tulikuwa kwetu kulikuwa na ile radio ya cassettes. So what I would do, I would pick one of the cassettes and then I record myself the same songs that I'm hearing. And my mom used to get very mad at me because I used to nikaa kufuta the songs that used to be in those tapes.
Because if you have to record a fresh,
I wanted to hear myself. I wanted to hear how I'm sounding. And then Akina Sarah Kay came. Those were my biggest inspiration in the music industry, and especially gospel, because that was my area of passion and interest and calling, I would say so. So for me, I would say if there is anyone else getting into the gospel music industry, probably they have their own reasons. But for me right now, I would say that this is a calling that I've had and I've carried in my heart for a very long time. And I thank God that it is happening right now.
In your response to that question, you've actually mentioned the word calling 3 times. And I want us to stick there just a bit, because when it comes to gospel, there's always this notion of nimeitwa na Mungu na huyu amejiita. You know, people would say huyu ameitwa, huyu amejiita. How does this calling, or what is this calling, how does it look like? How do you know you are actually called? Because again, let's try and streamline gospel industry.
For me, I would say this is I did not start singing today, and I won't say that this is a time. I would say that this is the very first time I'm getting into the studio to record a song. But I have been singing in churches, in praise and worship teams, not in one church, but in several churches, because in my life journey, I have kept moving from one town to another. So I have participated and I have fellowshipped with different churches. And in those churches, I always found myself not an usher, not a Sunday school teacher. I never had a passion in that area, and I never felt being attracted in those areas of service. But every time I would look at a choir, that's where my interest is, and I just felt like nilikuwa na msukumo mkubwa sana wa kuelekea katika that side. So I would say that a calling is something that every other time you hear God telling you. A few of my friends are the ones who know that I've had this thing in a very long time, since I came here in KBC, and even way before. I'm talking about now the KBC family and the people in Nairobi. And people who did not know me when I was growing up. Those are people who did not know where all this started. But the people who are very close to me, they know that I've always talked about this, and I always tell them what I'm hearing, God speaking to my heart. And so I would say that you really need to know where your area of interest and where mahali penye unapata huo msukumo mkubwa sana. Where it is for you to know. And then God is the giver of gifts. If you open your mouth and you feel you can sing, there are those who can sing, but they do not have that calling. Probably they want to be something else, or God wants to use them in different ministries. But for me, this is where I felt that this is where I can spread the gospel. This is where I can share with the world better and best what God has put in me.
All right. You speak so passionate about you wanting to do gospel, to do the music, record, and someone would think, mbona kwanza kurekod kitambo? Yes, you launched, you launched your music career with the release of 3 songs. You already have 1 video out. Where in the middle did you just get to broadcast journalism before you now decided, now let me now start on what my calling is, or what I've dreamt of doing all this while?
I would say that
in life, when you're growing up, you want to be something.
Yeah.
You want to be something. And when I was growing up, somewhere in high school, we would be asked, "Unataka kuwa nini?" I think the last thing we will talk about that time is being a musician.
Oh, really?
Yeah. During our times in high school, I think people wanted to become pilots, people wanted to become engineers, people wanted to become doctors. Those were the careers people would talk about. And I remember during that time, for me in Form 2, I started realizing I had an interest in journalism, because I joined Kiswahili Club, and that's where my interest even grew even much more. So I would say that about the career that I pursue right now, this is something that I have wanted to do in a long time. But you see now, this is not stopping me to pursue the talent that I have and what God has also placed in my heart.
Yeah.
Yes, I come to you, I read news, but I will not read news and say kitabu cha Joshua
News is news time.
News is news, that is work, and it is very separate from now the talent and the area of service that I want to indulge in terms of serving God. Yeah.
Well, clearly this is one of those industries where it requires a lot of your time. I mean, you're not just for you just don't read news. You're not just an anchor. You also report, which obviously will require a lot of your time. And again, we know when it comes to music, writing the songs, recording, studio time, shoots, all of that again takes a lot of time. How are you planning to juggle this two?
Yeah, this is something new that I'm adding into my life, because this has not been part of my life. And,
something that you also love.
Yeah, and I'm very passionate about it, and I don't think I'm stopping at nothing. I'm stopping at nothing.
Nothing is about to stop you. Not even reading news.
Not even reading news, because let me tell you, I think in life you really need to find a balance as a person. If you're a career woman like I am, when you're at work, you are at work. Perform, give your best. And when I usually have off days, I usually have off time. Once I am done with work at KBC, I go home. I spend time with my family. I am a wife, I'm a mother. I am there. I become the best wife I can be. I become the best mother I can be to my children. And if time allows, I would extend. And now I have to spare time for my music, because this is something new that I've also added in my life. So all I need to do is find a balance. Where does the boundary lie in every responsibility that I have? So that is something that I need to get, and I have to get it right, because I am not going to sacrifice my job for music, and I'm not also willing to sacrifice the passion and the great gift God has given me because of my job. So Beatrice has to find a balance, and has to find and know where boundaries lies in everything. When I go home, when my children want to be with me,
it's your time.
Sitasema nataka kuandika muziki, ngoja kwanza sijui
na sasa Holy Spirit akikuja na drop kitu your time.
Akikuja, I will capture it and run with it. But then that doesn't mean that I don't become and give my family time. Yeah, because again, also when I was recording these songs, like you say, recording studio time is a lot of time. When you want to concentrate on the lyrics and see how the song will go, that also takes a lot of time, and it requires a lot of meditation, and it requires a lot of listening to what God is putting in your heart. So all these things, my friend, I have to find a balance, and I have to know how to go all about them. Yeah.
Do you feel like this is something that, if I can say, female artists miss? Because sometimes there's this conversation of female artists, especially in gospel, are not consistent. And some would say it's because, I mean, as a woman, just like the way you're mentioning, good number of them are wives, moms, career women. Some even go an extra mile and they are actually entrepreneurs. On top of that, they're recording musicians. So when it comes to this striking of a balance, do you feel like it gets to a point where they miss it, so they leave the music space, and this is why they're being termed as not as consistent as they need to be?
I would say that I wouldn't speak for anyone who has not been inconsistent, because I believe people have their own reasons why they do things at a particular time. But I think it's if you find a good balance, if you find a good balance in everything that you're doing and all the responsibilities that you have. As women, we have a lot of responsibilities. You hear me here, I'm talking about being a mother, being a wife, and being a news anchor and reporter at KBC, at the same time now a musician. Really, that is not a joke. If you don't put your foot down, I think also it's not going to be easy. And then again, It depends. Why are you getting into this music industry? Why are you even singing?
Kwanza uliitwa ama ulijiita?
Ulijiita ama wewe uliitwa? Because I also believe that God will keep you consistent. He will sustain you if indeed He's the one who has called you to do what you're doing. So you will find many people sacrifice, or they leave music aside because of these other things that are priorities in their lives. So I would say that if it is indeed God who has called you, He will sustain you. Yeah,
that's why it's very, and I feel like that's why it was important for me to even ask about the question on calling, because we keep missing it. And you really rightfully put it, if it's God who called you, whether you're a wife, a mom, entrepreneur, career, He will find a way to make you get that balance.
Yes, He will. He will. He will definitely.
Because again, you mean singing gospel is not just about kutubamba with a gospel song. It's all about ministry.
It is about ministry, and you saw me launching it. I went back to Eldoret, where I grew up, and where most of the pastors gave me platform to exercise this talent, and even they helped me expose more that was inside of me. But by then, I think I had not reached to that point where I would become a recording artist. So that's why I went back there, where people understand my journey, people understand who I am, and get blessings and even ordain this ministry and this industry that I'm getting into. Because I know it has a lot of challenges. We have seen people get into it, drop out, or even divert to other directions.
Exactly. Now, just picking up from there, we've seen people getting into it, dropping along the way, coming back, not even knowing where exactly they stand. What is the general view on the gospel industry as a whole, and even where we stand right now with this kind of ministry or industry?
I would say that gospel industry is not doing bad. I will not say that just because there are few who have diverted, just because there are few who have taken a different direction, that we are doing badly. I will not say that. I still believe that God has placed men and women who are great, talented, and truly called by God to minister to the world through the music, through music and worship and even praises. So I would say that we are strong, we are doing well, and I'm getting in here with a lot of, I would say that I'm getting into this industry with a clear mind of what I want to do and the gospel that I want to preach. I want to be an original person. I don't want to sound like my mentors, because God has called me, I believe He has called me to follow a particular path. There are different kind of music, there are different kind of songs, and the problem you find with people who really follow mentors so much, they end up sounding like them. But I want to be an original because I understand the calling that I have. Yes.
I like that you understand your calling and you constantly keep referring to it, because I mean it's very important when you talk about gospel and tie it to the calling. All right. You talk about your mentors, and even during the launch you had the likes of Ruben Kigami saying that they will support you. You have mentioned the likes of Angela Chibalonza, people that you looked up to, Kina Sarah Kay and the likes. When you look at Beatrice, someone who's getting into this industry, into the gospel industry, after some time, or even after time of being in this space, what would you like people to remember you for? I mean, what are you bringing different into gospel that wasema nye, hey, labite, nalikuwa katika industry. Ama vile bado uko kwa industry. What's so unique? What is the unique or so unique about you as a gospel musician?
I would say that my lyrics, when you listen to Wastahili song, the lyrics that you find in there, those are words from the Bible. I will draw my inspiration from the Bible. I am bringing gospel music that when you listen, you get healed, you get encouraged. If you wanted to give up, you move on. You say no. Yeah? So I'm bringing worship, I'm bringing praise, I'm bringing every other kind of music with lyrics that will touch your life. You will come to my YouTube channel and your life will change. I am focusing on that I want someone's life to get better out there. If you wanted to give up on God, you trust believing in God again. That is my focus. That someone will come, not just get entertained, but get healed, get encouraged, and move on. Yes.
Wasanii ndo maana muziki ya gospel si about usanii na entertainment, it's all about ministry. Who are you touching? Who are you healing? Who are you encouraging? This is also what Beatrice is just trying to tell us here when it talks about her music. Let's talk about Wastahili, given this is the song that's already out there. Tell us the concept, the idea behind this song.
I would say that when I first wanted to step into that studio to record a song, and when I was thinking about what I want to speak, I didn't want to ask God for anything in this particular song. I didn't want to request for anything. Oh, nipe maisha, nipe nguvu, nisaidie. I did not want to ask God for that. I looked at my life, where Beatrice has come from. I looked at the journey of life, and the only thing I could see is the way God has held my hand all through in my life. I have had moments in my life I almost gave up, but God still held my hand. I have been in situations that I did not know how to get out of them, but God helped me to get out of them. And this particular song, I just wanted to tell him that he is worthy, that he is so much worthy, and there is nothing that can describe him rather than that, that he is worthy, he's the only God. So I wanted to start my ministry with that. I wanted to start my music career with that. Just exalting God and telling him how great he is, because that's what he's been in my life.
I mean, you launched 3 songs because you already have 3 songs. We have Nitakuinua and Hakuna Kama Wewe.
Yes.
What was so peculiar about Wastahili? Yes, you've told us the concept and the idea, but you could have decided to also start with Hakuna Kama Wewe, you know, to have the video of that. What was so peculiar about Wastahili that you just felt, by the way, tunaanza na video ya hii kwanza? Hizo zingine kidogo tu.
Actually, the 3 songs came at about the same time, because these are songs that I recorded in a span of 1.5 months. And if you listen to these songs, because they will be coming your way very soon, especially Hakuna Kama Wewe and Ninakuinua. These are songs just that are just exalting God. Ninakuinua is more of thanking God for what he has done in my life, for healing my life, for doing what he has done in my life. But I felt that Wastahili was more of exalting God and not even telling him mambo mengi, just telling him, God, this is who you are, and this is who, like, I wouldn't say that Ninakuinua, it's not a very good song, or Hakuna Kama Wewe. Kwanza Hakuna Kama Wewe is a praise song.
It's a praise. You know, this one is more worship, laid back.
More worship and laid back. I think God is the one who helped me just to say that wewe enda na hii wimbo kwanza.
Enda kwanza na hiyo.
Songa na hii yenye inasema mimi ni nani.
So basically, you know, for you it was more of just looking at also what God has done for you, given what you've told us, the journey he has taken you through as a person, and this is why you felt. Let's start with Wastahili.
Oh yeah. I looked back at my life, my friend, and maybe this will be a story for another day.
You know what we'll do? We have 2 minutes to go to the break, and I know you have that story, because I mean, I also feel like you want us to get practical. I mean, when you talk about gospel artists releasing most of their songs based on a background, it's not just releasing songs because I feel I need to release this song, because I feel it's a story. Let's be practical about it. This is the story of my life. I wanted to touch someone. I wanted to heal someone, as you said. I wanted to encourage someone. So when you come back from that break, I'd want you to tell us a bit of that story.
I will.
Just a bit of that story for us to tie it and make us understand what was so interesting about this song. What was so peculiar about this song? I mean, when you say that it's supposed to heal me, in what ways is it supposed to heal me? If I'm supposed to look at God as a creator, and the one who can help me to do things in life, in what way? Because of your story, right? Time for that break. When we return, plenty more of this conversation. Stay with us.
isn't a worse enemy than your own heart. A rebellious heart.
Forget about her. She's married now.
She's not happy. I can't see her like this. A guilty heart.
I can't take it anymore, Mama.
I'm sorry I forced you to marry Damien.
A determined heart. I still love you. Let's run away.
But what about my children?
Lying heart. The Amazons.
They are responsible for the love that endures over the years.
You better get me out of here.
This time, you won't escape from me. I'll make you pay for each and everything you did to me.
KBC Board of Directors, Management and Staff wishes all our esteemed listeners, viewers and clients a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. We wish you peace, joy and prosperity throughout the coming year. Thank you for your continued support and partnership. May your holidays be filled with happiness and good cheer.
He stole our game, so then I stole his. If the law should get involved, he and I will be punished. You're innocent.
If you meddle in my business, like you already did once, I'll think less of you than I do of Jai Jo Wei.
Those who hide things from me aren't qualified to work with me.
Oh, Kong!
Let my son out!
Open the doors, Hao Kong. Let me talk to him.
I'll be your father now.
What did you say?
有一段故事建筑一座城堡，回放进去后就不再。
Welcome back to the program. This is still Good Morning Kenya, and I'm still on set by mtangazaji tajika wa lugha ya Kiswahili Dabite. But anyway, when you went on break, you're talking about your story, and I want you to tell us a bit about your story. That basically what God has done for you, that even why you felt of all the songs that I've already written and even released, Indo ya kwanza nitaanza nayo.
When I was looking back at my life, when I finished high school is the time I was discovering who I am and exactly who Beatrice is, because I had just finished my high school. And then while that is happening later, when I just joined college, then post-election violence happened. I was in the middle of it.
That's in Eldoret?
That is in Eldoret. That's where everything went like this. My parents didn't know what to do. I was there, I'm trying to pursue a career in journalism. I had to stop. I found myself in Meru because I personally left my family in Eldoret, and I had a family pastor, friend of mine in Meru. I went to live with him. While I was there, I would not just sit and serve in the church. I needed to do something. So I found a job at some printing factory, kale ka print zile papers, zile zinitangwa nini ku print marisiti. From morning to evening, I would go there to kupiga number. Those receipts used to have numbers. You remember, not these ones, the VAT squeezing.
Yeah.
Zile za kitambo zenye ulikuwa unaenda unaandikiwa kila kitu, hizo receipt zilikuwa na number. So every morning I would wake up, walk from Kinoru Stadium where I used to live to downtown in Meru to go and hiyo ilikuwa kazi yangu kutoka asubuhi like this.
At this point you've stopped college a bit.
I stopped because of post-election violence, and where I found refuge is a pastor friend of mine, of ours, who invited me, and I took refuge in his house. Then he helped me get that job. I used to get paid 4,000 bob every month. So I would
let me tell you.
Yeah, I used to earn 4,000 bob.
You just reminded me something.
Yeah, number from morning to evening for a whole month, you get 4,000 bob.
Yeah.
Then in the middle of that, the peace is coming back in the country. Then I got an opportunity with Sayare TV and radio. They are like, come serve with us. While I was starting school, I started volunteering in Sayare. So I think the bishop remembered, there was a kagal here, so he looked for me. So I went and I told him, Bishop bana, me ata shule sijamaliza. As much as I came here, I can't promise you much. But if you give me an opportunity and give me time, I'll prove to you that I can actually do what? I can serve. So after that, he gave me a scholarship. I went to Tanzania, did my diploma, then came back. Then after that, God blessed me with my firstborn son. My firstborn son is hearing impaired. I am a new mother. It was not easy. It was not easy having a child who will not speak. You don't know how to communicate with this boy. You don't have no idea even where to start. And God gave me grace. I would say God gave me grace to accept the situation that I was in, because I was very young and I did not even understand what this was all about. God has taken me through that journey with my son. Understanding, and that's why you see me very passionate of becoming a champion of people with hearing impairments, because I know and I relate with challenges of people living with disability. I have one in my house and I know what that means. God has taken me through that journey, and I think I will not regret that God gave me this child, that God has taken me through this journey. It has taught me a lot of things, a lot of patience, a lot of trusting in God, bringing up this boy. And then it has not been, I will not tell you that it has been an easy journey. If you do not have a person living with this disability in your house, you will not relate with what I'm talking about. It has not been easy. God has taken me through that. Yeah, God has watched me mother that boy until to a place where he is right now. My husband was very sick of COVID. I almost lost my husband in sometime in April. In oxygen.
That's
my husband
last year?
Yeah, my husband was not eating. My husband was not moving. His lungs were 86% damaged. And COVID is a very lonely disease, my friend, because I was the only one who was going to see him, and the family members who would come would only probably come once a week. Thank God for my employer, because they allowed me time off to watch over my husband. That was a very, very trying time in my life, because I would sit there, watch my husband, a man whom I know who makes a lot of decisions. And I remember on a Wednesday, in the time he was sick, I asked him, Dad, can we move you to a different hospital? Because I don't think you're improving here. Then he told me, just do what you want. At that point, I knew my husband is incapable of making any decision, and I felt that I was losing him. But God restored his life. God restored his lungs. When I look back at what some of these things that I'm mentioning to you that God has done to me, I know what it means. God touching your life, God healing your life. And when I speak these things in the lyrics, they have happened to me.
Oh, wow.
They have happened to me.
See me getting emotional. Yeah. And it's just because, you know, sometimes people imagine that when they see people on screen like that, looking so glammed up, speaking good English or good Swahili, I will make it. People have stories behind the beautiful faces and the good smiles.
Very, very, very. Sometimes you come here reading news, but you're carrying a lot in your heart. You're carrying a lot, but you have to smile to that viewer and make sure they receive that news in the best way possible. Yeah. But I wish someone else would also tell their story. It is not as beautiful and rosy as it always looks on the screen. There are very touching stories down here. We are normal human beings. We go through these things. Yes, we go through these things. And by the way, that time my husband is sick, all that, I never sikushikwa na hiyo ugonjwa. And people were asking me, are you going to that hospital to take care of him? And I'm like, huh? What am I supposed to do?
But
He's
I have
my
to.
husband. I will
We're
be
supposed
there
to take
with
care of him.
I'll go wear those gloves, attend to him as much as I can. I would go to the hospital in the morning and I would sit there until 10 a.m., 10 p.m., then leave. Thank God for the pass, for the journalism passes, because we had curfew. I would extend and still get home safe. Yeah, so when I'm telling you that I have seen God in my life, I have seen him touch my life, I have seen him help me walk through this journey of life.
Wow, now it
so
makes
I'm
sense.
speaking things that God has done for me. This is a testimony. I know he has done it for me.
So this is why when you say this song is supposed to be a healing, more of when you
I have
listen
seen
to
him
it,
in
it's
my
not
life.
just about listening to the lyrics and the melody. It's about to heal you.
Yes, that's what I said. I don't want you just to get entertained, but get healed, get encouraged that indeed God can change your situation. That indeed God can lift you from one place and put you at a place that is very good.
True.
Yeah.
True. All right. As we finish this conversation, Beatrice, what next for you as an artist? Yes, we talked about 2 songs that you're yet to release. At least one is already out, and now we understand fully the whole idea of you becoming a gospel artist. Sasa tuko kwa media now, let's just do this thing because we are here. There's actually a story behind you, now choosing to actually, all this while, I wanted to sing. It has been a dream, a gift. This is the time, this is the moment. So what next for you as an artist?
If you managed to watch Ruben Kigame, who was my guest artist and my guest of honor during my lounge, he came and saw what I had brought on the table. You have 3 songs, girl, and you're just starting. And he promised to hold my hand, ensure that the rest of the production to feel that album is done. So I would say I have a great mentor who is going to hold my hand. This is a new industry. I'm trying kujua kona ziko wapi, barabara ziko wapi, and I found someone who can lead me and show me the way. And someone who has accepted to hold my hand. He even gave me a collab already.
Imagine.
Waiting with Ruben Kigame, the legend. Hey, I mean, see God. I mean, it's amazing. So I would say that the future hapa mbele,
it's very bright.
It is very bright. It is very bright because, like I said, I am clear, and it is clear in my mind what I am getting into. Because I have ninajua kile ninafanya na ninajua kile ninawaletea. I'm not just bringing you entertainment.
This is more than entertainment.
I am bringing
Where can
you
people get your contact, your music, your content, your music? What's the YouTube channel?
Oh yeah, visit Beatrice Gatonye Music. Beatrice Gatonye Music.
That's on YouTube.
That is on YouTube. Go click on that button. Watch Wastahili song, and Nina Kuinua will be coming soon. Probably in a month's time or 2 months' time. I'll be shooting that video. Na hakuna kama wewe. And that would be the story going on. That would be the story going on. I don't want just to kukuletea wimbo moja alafu basi kwendio hivo, because there is so much that God has put in my heart that I want to share with you.
Very inspiring, Beatrice. I mean, I just marvel at the fact that it's not always about the beautiful faces and the good English and Swahili that you see on your screens. People have gifts and talent that are yet to be tapped, and when they choose to tap them, there's a story behind it. That's what we need to be focusing on, this story.
Very true. Very, very true. I have been.
We want to finish this. Angalia watangazaji.
I want to finish.
But that was a very informative
conversation. Let me finish by saying something. If you believe and you know there is something in you, God has given you a talent. A talent that you know you can share with the world. Please don't sit with it. I know God's time is the best, but please.
Director I can't believe this. Anyway, but this is how we bring this particular conversation to a close. I've been speaking to Beatrice Gatonye, news anchor, reporter, now a musician of singing the gospel music. Very beautiful story. I mean, just go to her YouTube channel, Beatrice Gatonye Music. Follow her, listen to her song, and even the 2 and the more that are coming up. Support her music of healing, inspiration. That's all you need, I mean, in this time of Christmas and even beyond. But good morning, Kenya Jaisha. We have a very interesting conversation coming up after this. Have you heard of tattoo modeling? Stroke intertwined with music. That is what is coming up next. Actually, this is a conversation I had with Wakenya Njoki, who is a tattoo model, intertwined with the musician, and she's going to be talking to us about all that. Singing in Kenya, singing while in Kenya, living in the US, doing all that, as well as just modeling, all tattooed up. That is what is coming up next. But before we have that conversation, again, I'd leave you with Beatrice Gatonye's latest song. Listen in as we await that conversation coming in a bit.
Wastahili Bwana wa mabwana, wastahili mfalme wa wafalme, wastahili kuabudiwa na kuheshimiwa Bwana. Wakilisifu jina lako takatifu. Maserafu, makerubi wanakuinua juu, juu. Katikati ya miungu umejitukuza, hakuna kama wewe, wastahili.
From Team Vioja,
we wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, hoye!
Yay!
Merry
Christmas! 有一段故事建筑一座城堡。
He stole our game, so then I stole his. If the law should get involved, he and I will be punished. You're innocent.
If you meddle in my business, like you already did once, I'll think less of you than I do of Jai Jo Wei.
Those who hide things from me aren't qualified to work with me.
Oh, come! Not my son!
on out!
Open the doors, Xiaokang. Let me talk to him.
I'll be your father now.
What did you say?
有一段故事建筑一座城堡，回忆放进去后就不再。
Christmas is a time for family, fun, and entertainment. This holiday season, KBC Channel 1 brings you exciting shows filled with laughter.
Mila, Mila on the wall. Who is the beautiful among them all?
Yes, and that's me.
Love.
Because I love you.
Forever, Ines.
Action.
Of course you lied to me.
Drama. And heartwarming moments. Keep it KBC Channel 1 for wholesome family entertainment.
Welcome back to the program. This is still Good Morning Kenya. And you know, if it's Thursdays, definitely matters. Entertainment time to take it easy, light. And that's what we have on set this Thursday morning. My guest this morning, hey, cocktail of many things. Cocktail of many things. That is what Kenya Njoki. She describes herself as an entrepreneur, tattooed model, doubles up as a musician, and so much more, which she'll be telling us as we embark on this conversation. Wakenya.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Wakenya. I need to represent.
Tattoo. Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right, so let's just start from music. Then we can go to maybe tattooed model, because you're seeing a lot of that all over your body. Then the entrepreneur bit of it.
Okay.
Your music, because you reside in the States, but you sort of like record here in Kenya.
Yes.
How does that go?
So in 2000, I want to say 2019-ish, I started doing cover music. I've always loved to sing. I was in the choir in high school, cinema festivals. Then you know, but then as you grow up, you kind of let go of those dreams and the talents and all that stuff. But I started singing again after my separation from my ex-husband. Long story. But I started finding myself again because I love to sing, I love to draw, I love to dance. So Jimmy Okungu, the producer, he found me on Facebook. He saw one of my videos. He just reached out. Hey, Wakenya, do you want to work with me? I was like, first of all, who are you? And what do you want? And then he's like, oh, I love your voice. I know you're not trained or anything, but you have that look of someone who likes to sing and I could work with. So I was like, okay, but how is this going to work? Because I'm in the States permanently. He's like,
that means you had already moved.
I'd already moved in the States. I've been living here since 2013.
Okay.
So he said, we're going to do it via correspondence. I've worked with artists that way before. I just send them the music, they do the melody, they record Nauko, wherever they are, Europe or the States. Then they send me, the studio sends me the music I need to mix and master. Then I release the music in the Kenyan market. Now, because I'm a very unique artist, because I have a Kenyan audience and I have an American audience, he's trying to work with me on kind of international sounding music. Which is why we talked about my Kikuyu song. It's got English lyrics, but also some Kikuyu lyrics, and it's going to be a very interesting album we do together.
Well, so then how has it been so far? I mean, when you look at even the music space here in the country, in Kenya and even Africa perhaps, there's always that notion of music, art, see hustle past.
Beside gig.
Unlike how it is in the States, you know, when art is really, where art is really appreciated a lot and music is really embraced. How has your experience been like?
So I'm still learning how it's going to work out in Kenya, but I do understand what you're saying. In Kenya, having music and being an artist is not really going to pay your bills. In the States, as long as you make it, you're good to go. We'll see how that works out. However, I have faith that because my audience is so diverse and my fans are very, very supportive, I see them embracing either way. And I don't really out to make money. I'm not going to determine that, oh, I want to make this much money off this album. It's just a matter of sharing the music with the world, you know. So as long as everyone is feeling the music somehow, my American audience has embraced Kikuyu very much because I teach them Kikuyu music, Kikuyu words. They know what Tiga Maodo means. Because it's just, you know, I took my African roots and I'm very very proud of them and I embrace them. So my audience will be like, I don't know what this song says, but I like it and I'm going to download it because it's from Kenyan hippie or Kenya, you know.
All right.
So it's going to be interesting to see how my music does in Kenya. I'm very curious. Yeah.
You're very curious.
I'm very curious to see if it backfires, ni sawa. If it goes well, ni sawa.
But you hope for the best.
Yeah.
All right.
For the best.
Let's talk about that Kikuyu song, because right now you've released 2 songs. You're working on an album again, which is also a different story altogether. I mean, when you look at artists of this day, it's all about single, ikijipa, kikosa, it's fine.
Exactly.
But you're working on an album.
On a whole album.
And you have 2 released songs.
So yes, so what happened, like I said, we're going to be working via correspondence with Jimmy. But luckily, because I was flying, we've been here about a week, 2 weeks now. I talked to him and Kambia, okay, let's just do this. Since I'm coming there, let's just make a day, I could just to the studio, we record as much as we can. The rest of the songs we can do via correspondence. Sawa, okay. So we recorded 2 songs. One is called Bonnie and Clyde, my first single officially. The other one is called which is, I basically, because I'm very lovey-dovey, I'm a hopeless romantic, so everything I write has a very love nini angle. I was like, I need to do something out of my norm. And the music itself sounded very, the melody was very upbeat. I was like, I'm a girl, I like to hustle, I'm an entrepreneur. Let's talk about how women should take a break and just have fun. You can't hustle all week and then you just go and have fun and let loose.
So this is what the Kikuyu song is all about.
That's what the Kikuyu song is about.
Okay, it's all about we can live and make money.
Exactly. You can work hard and play hard.
Okay.
Exactly.
And the first song, your first single, much as you're telling us that you're a lovey-dovey kind of person, what exactly really informed that? Because I believe, especially as women, we are lovers.
We are. And then get our hearts broken badly. So it's actually my guy, my fiance now. The way we met was very dramatic. It was filled with a lot of strife, tears, joy. It was not planned. Ironically, he was a guest at me. There's a story there, but I was engaged at the beginning of the year to someone else. And then I invited my now fiance to the wedding in Kenya.
As a friend?
As a friend.
Okay.
And he said, oh, I don't know if I can come. He ended up coming, but as a groom. So it's just the way we met. Our story is this, that's what the story is really about. The first song is, and then what we've experienced together. We're both not very popular people on TikTok, which is where we met. We met on TikTok. But it's about how we've faced a lot of challenges. We've come back stronger and we're going to keep going stronger. We're having our first baby together.
Oh, so. Congratulations.
Thank you. So my music is very much
doing good for yourself.
Thank you, girl. What can I say?
Okay. All right, so that basically how you write your music, you can safely say that it's inspired by stories
it's very
that
much
you've gone through as Wakenya, as a person.
Yes.
How would you describe your style then? Because when you're beginning, you said that your style is sort of unique. It's with, you being in the States, here in Kenya, because this is where you were born.
Right.
How would you describe your style of music?
It's a nice, weird hybrid of things, I guess, because I have my Kenyan-ness, because I love certain sounds. Jimmy is very stubborn, by the way. I'll say my producer is very stubborn. I'm like, oh, I like this song that sounds like this, like Rayvanny, and I want this song that sounds like Wahoo. He's like, no, you're neither. You can use them as an inspo, but you are you. I'm like, So I'm trying to make it very relatable to Kenyans, but also different.
So for him, it's about originality.
It's about originality.
All right. Do you feel like sometimes that's the thing that is lacking, especially in the Kenyan context? And I really want us to sort of intertwine it a bit, because there's a lot of conversation, especially when it comes to Kenyan music, and a good number of people will say it's because it lacks originality. That's why perhaps I'd listen to songs from either Tanzania, Nigeria, or even the States.
Yes.
Looking at someone who's on both sides, do you feel that's a theme that maybe is dragging us when it comes to the music and the growth of this industry?
It is. I don't know how the Kenyan market is now, but I do notice when I used to live here, Kenyans love other people's music. They listen to Niger, they listen to Afrobeats, but when it comes to their own local musicians, it's that they're not very, I don't know how to put it. It's that you are pending the local musicians, but they're not very supportive.
Why?
Like you go to the club, what do they play at the club? Afrobeats. Now it might have changed again. I've not been here for a long time, but that's what I noticed. So to stand out, you need to be very unique. You need to have an audience that is like, oh, you know what, I like that music, I'm digging that music, it's different. But also don't keep singing the same thing that sounds, I don't want to diss anyone, but there's certain artists, unasikia wimbo, that the whole album sounds similar. Then they chomponyo another song, you're like, that's Nani, and that's Nani.
Would you say that is the lack of originality?
Yes, it's getting
someone
too
wants
comfortable.
to copy another artist.
Yes, I want to sound like this one. That's what Jimmy said, no. He's like, I know you like them, you continue liking them, but you're not going to sound like them.
I want you to sound like you.
Exactly. Another reason why I'm incorporating my local language, so I have Kiswahili, English, Kikuyu in my music.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
A lot of sense. All right, let's come to how you're looking like.
Hello.
Because you said you're a lot of things. You're a musician, entrepreneur, tattooed model.
Yes.
And I'm so sure to quite a number of people that look like something sort of new, because you're used to fashion model.
Yes.
I'm just a model, commercial model,
runway model. I know.
Tattooed model.
I know.
Tell us more.
It happened accidentally. So I don't actually know how did you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I started getting tattooed heavily. So I left with Kenya with only 2 tattoos. At the time, the tattoo industry here had not grown much. Very few tattoos artists knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
So nikasema, I'm not getting any more tattoos in Kenya. Went to the States, lived a few years. I met a very amazing guy who's done most of my work. He is very much white American. Working as a skin tone is something people need to learn, because you can't tattoo dark skin, they say you tattoo fair skin. But I just learned, oh, this kind of is what he's doing. Then nikashikwa tu na ngoms one day. I did a boudoir shoot. I did a boudoir photo shoot. I don't know if you know what a boudoir photo shoot is.
Yeah.
So that's what I did for myself to celebrate me again after my separation. I was feeling, this is the new me. Then I decided just out of the blue, I'm going to submit these pictures to a tattoo magazine, see what they do. Because I was like, I have good tattoos, I know they're good quality, let me see what happens. They ran me on 3 pages.
They liked it.
They loved it. And the publisher of the magazine, Academy, you know what? You sent me pictures, I love them, but I would love to photograph you. And he's a renowned photographer in New York. His name is Steve Azara. He used to work with Kina NSYNC, J-Lo, Chaka Khan, celebrity photographers. Yeah. I was like, are you sure you want to? Me? Why? He's like, because you photograph oil. I'm like, but I'm not a model. I'm like 5'3". He was like, I don't care. Do you want to come or no? I was like, hey, niko hapo mbele. Saved a few months, went to New York for the photo shoot. Came out beautifully. So I realized, maybe there's a market here. How many tattooed black models do you see in the market? Exactly. So now to date, I've been in about 4 tattooed magazines.
Wow.
And they've just read me, and I was like, hey, yeah, okay. I'm still not where I'm making money per se, because I want to get into commercial modeling. I'm just wondering the channels I need to go through. So I'm still figuring that part out. That's how that happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. So then, do your tattoos have meaning? Because I mean, when people get to do this, they'll say this means this is my husband, this is my mom, this is my baby.
Yes.
You know, what is it like for you?
So when you have as many tattoos as I have, and you guys can't see all of them, but I have over probably ni kama 60. We have to go around about.
I've seen on obvious behalf, but the more they can see, this is it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So some do have meaning. When you have so many, you can't have all of them with meaning. But so I do have. So like this is my mom. Mother loves Psalm 23. It's her favorite verse. So I got that here tattooed.
Okay.
I have a cousin who's a poet.
That was your first?
That was no. This was my like 10th, maybe 15th. I don't remember. It's been a while.
That's interesting.
And then this is my cousin Caroline Deritu. She's a renowned poet. She's back in the day. This is one of her really nice poems called "Hope." For Hope We Live.
Okay.
So I got an excerpt tattooed on me. I have some few meaningful tattoos. Like you see mob. Yeah.
So hizi zingine ni za maridadi.
This one means family in Arabic. Napenda Kiarabu sana.
Okay.
So lakini si zote.
But tuseme like most of them is just for...
Most of them I love flowers, therefore I got tattoo flowers.
So because I just love...
Because I love them, so I get it, exactly.
So not all of them per se, or most of them have meaning.
Most of them are just tattoos because they're tattoos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then let's look at the commercialization bit of this kind of modeling, because you mentioned that, you went, took pictures, someone liked your pictures, and you at least you got into that space.
Right.
How is money making when it comes to this kind of modeling? Because like we said, we know fashion modeling, we know commercial modeling, and we know this could really get you some
this
kind of money.
This is a very niche.
What about this one?
This is very niche. I'm still learning, because like I said, I would love to work with brands who want to work with someone new. Oh my God, she's an immigrant from Kenya. She lives in the States. She's a tattoo model. She's a mom. She's an entrepreneur. I don't want to be just a teacher, just like a model. So I'm yet to find brands to work with. Just maybe I just don't know the channels to use. So lately all I do is organize photo shoots with photographers to expand my portfolio. I'm still pretty new to this. It's been about 2 years of doing this. So then eventually I think I'll try and get into the commercialized part of it, where a brand endorses me. Hey, can you represent us? We want you to vise in war. Maybe this Kakolon or whatever, then I can commercialize it. It's very new. It's a very new concept.
So for you, you're still trying to get your
get into that car
and get your
the market
space when it comes to this kind of modeling.
Exactly. Okay. So it's very new.
given it's actually even a new name for a good number of people that are maybe wondering what kind of modeling is this?
You're like,
what do you mean tattooed modeling?
Because in Kenya, Kenyans are coming to embrace tattoos as just a lifestyle, but still there's some stares I usually get. I'm like, I'm not Illuminati, I promise.
Yeah, because someone nakufanya wewe.
Who's going to marry you? You know,
I don't even know you're married.
There's stigma surrounding, you know, even jobs wise. I'm an entrepreneur, so I don't really care. I won't get employed, but even the employers are still, you're representing our brand and you look like this, like a canvas. Mother and dad, same. They had the shock factor. Now Mezoya, they're just like, whatever she says, she'll do whatever she wants. She's an adult. Whatever.
So that stigma that you're talking about, do you face it here in Kenya or in the States, or it's just the same?
Honestly, Americans don't really care. Okay. They're more fascinated. I mean, it's a first world country, so they're used to all these shenanigans.
So they're more like, wow.
They're more like, exactly. I've been told, oh my God, I like your tattoos.
What are those?
Exactly.
Okay.
They'll pick your arm, they're like, oh my God, those are really well done. Because again, they're color tattoos.
Yeah.
You won't see a lot of dark-skinned people with good color tattoos, because most artists don't know how to work with that. Again, another market that needs to be, you know, exploited. But Kenya, they just stare. They just stare. I'm just are they good? Are they bad?
They're judging in their heads.
Is it they're judging me? You can tell they're judging me, but I'm just like, whatever. So,
all right. Now let's talk about your business bit. You are an entrepreneur.
Yes. Yes. So as an immigrant, I know you've probably heard stories. It's kind of hard to get a job in the States. Okay, not a job. I'm lying. A career. Job ni job. Kazi ni kazi. You can wash dishes. You can wash toilets. You can.
As long as you get your.
But I wanted a career. I went to Daystar University. You know, I was like, they did not pay 100K a year for me to end up washing nini. Your boss. Na seti maringo.
But
just
you want
like,
a job.
I know, si kazi ni kazi. That's where you start, but you want a career.
Yeah.
So I tried looking for work, even as a receptionist. I was like, I'm gonna start somewhere and build my way up. I wasn't finding what I wanted. I was like, I don't want a job, I want a career. I ended up about 4 years later just creating my own employment. I found a website called Upwork. It has freelancers. They give you the platform and the clients. Ni kazi yako kutafuta now the clientele. They get their little cut when you get paid. I started making my way there, meeting my own clients, working my own hours, doing PR, project management, social media marketing.
What you studied.
And and it's been since 2016. And I'm going strong. And I have my own clientele. Now I'm at a point where my profile is so good. Sihaso kupata client. If I lose a client, another client wants to work with me. Because I like the way you do. I like, you're from Kenya, you speak a certain way, you know, because wanasemanga native speakers and the English and the accent. I don't have that African accent, the typical one they show in the movies.
You have like katikati hapo.
I have a katikati where they can understand me and I can work with them.
Okay.
So, and then apart from that, since I joined TikTok, I grew such a huge following. I'm a little over 600,000 followers now. And it's a very weird mix of Kenyan followers and American followers, mostly American. But because I started like slapping the phone, I have like a signature thing where I slap my phone with my kijiko. It's a long story. But people are like, why can't you make us merchandise? I preach against racism a lot. I call out hypocrisy in the community. And people wanted me to make merchandise that reflects that. So I said, we are not colors. So they asked me for merchandise. So I have t-shirts I sell, my face masks. I have all this kind of crap I sell on my TikTok on top of my business. Then I also do painting because I'm an artist. I love to draw, so I commission paintings. People just say, hey, do me this waterfall. Then we speak an bei. So I do a lot of everything.
So for Njoki, art is me.
You
and I am art it. And diversified your art.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just come to that business bit kidogo tu before we finish up with your music again.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at how most people would say that, in the States is a place for greener pastures. I'll go there, I'll make money, I'll build my career, and I'll grow up the ladder in whatever their business, career. But that is not quite your story per se.
Right. So I think America is what you make it.
Okay.
They will give you the opportunity. It's up to you what you do with it. You could go there with a very negative attitude, I won't get anywhere. And yes, the job market is very specific. If you want a career in nursing, no hustle, because they're always looking for nurses. They're always looking for medical personnel.
Okay.
However, for my personal, like a marketer, PR, project manager person, it's very hard to penya the market. That's why I decided, let me do my own thing. I can provide my services, but on a self-employment basis, but I like to employ them too. So I had to create my own path. However, it's what you make it. But once I found that path, I've been successful since.
Okay.
You set your own rate, you set your own hours.
All right.
Me and my clients, I'm available 10 hours a week. Can you do 12? Nope.
Specifically
and then of course
10
then I had
hours.
a child at the time. My son was born 2016. Daycare is ridiculous. So working from home was like the perfect structure for us to work. Now work from home, I don't have to pay for daycare. He's letting me work, I'm taking care of him. Yeah.
All right, makes a lot of sense. All right, let's finish up with your music now,
Okay.
given that's what forms the background of our conversation, at
Yes,
least today.
yes.
I mean, looking at your album, you've said you released two singles already.
We've recorded 2 singles.
Okay.
They're being mastered, I think, this week by Jimmy, and then sijui napanga kufanya nini nazo. I'm gonna ask him.
So you for just coming, sing, and then all the rest to him as a producer.
all the rest to him, yep.
All right, so when are you planning to release the other singles from the album to just have a full album?
Right, it should be in a couple months from now, max. Because I'm like, now once you start, you just have like a fire under your butt to get it done. So at that point, I'm like, we need to do this by these other six other songs. I want to finish them. But that should happen quite fast. I'm excited to release it because even the songs, hearing myself singing was so weird because you don't hear your singing voice, you hear it being played back. I was like, that's not too bad, you know.
I can actually sing.
I know. I'm like, hey, yeah, please.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so then in the next couple of months, then your fans in Kenya and
can
even
expect
in the States
something
should expect
streaming.
something from you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, probably on iTunes, maybe Pandora, I don't know, Spotify.
All right.
Those are my channels.
Okay, so with this other songs, is it the same concept, like what you've been through as a person, informing the kind of content you create, or something just beyond this?
I think we'll see, because that's a good question. Because like, what's the theme of the album? I'm like, I don't know. I'm going with the flow. Tutajua tu ikimaliza, we will know what we're doing. Because so far I've sung about my love life, I've sung about my life as an entrepreneur. So we'll see what happens.
So all this that describes you is intertwined. All this, that describes you as a person is what is in the album.
It's me.
That's why you can't even get a theme for it.
Exactly, because I don't know, because I'm random like that. I'm like, yeah, so we'll see.
So for you seem to a structure.
It might be, I have a feeling like one of the songs will be about my baby.
Okay.
By the time he or she is born, I feel like I want to write her a song or him. So it's going to be, itakuwa upendo na kuhustle. Maybe called Love and Hustle. Who knows? Hiya, maybe that's an album name. Hey,
a title of a song.
We just brainstormed.
all right, Kenyan Jockey. As we finalize, better still, as we come to the close of this conversation, what next for you, especially as an artist?
Yes, finishing my album. Haraka sana. I am so psyched. I'm getting to a point where my album is going to be a mix of genres. Itakuwa ati we're doing this and then we're doing this. Itakuwa just all over the place. Because again, my audience is just all over the place. There's a rock culture in Kenya. So there'll probably be a rock song in there. There's trance in the States, very popular. There might be trance in there, pop. So it's going to be a very interesting album of a mixture of, it's going to be Mashakura, like Kikuyu style. True to Kikuyu form.
An album that caters
It'll be
for
Mashakura
your fans.
album, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to finishing it up and getting it out there.
And album is actually the way to go for artists.
Right, and Jimmy told me that's the only way. He was like, we're not doing singles.
No singles,
no
more.
Singles.
You're not single people here. Sisi was single.
Exactly. And also my fiance also helps me write music.
Oh, okay.
And there's probably going to be like a country song in there too. I know Kenyans love country, especially classical country. So it's going to be a very interesting album.
Okay. So clearly that means there's just a lot to expect from you.
There's a lot to expect.
All right.
Boy, no pressure.
No pressure, but still a lot to expect.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Kenya, for your time.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having me.
Okay. All right, this is where we bring this conversation to a close. I've been speaking to Kenyan Jockey, who is an entrepreneur, a musician, an artist, and also a tattooed model. Just talking to us about her craft, her art, and how all of this, just come together. This is where we bring this part of the conversation to a close.
From music, tattoos, art, albums, na Mashakura, we now bring you to the Mashakura part of Good Morning Kenya, and we want to just get started with the final segment of the program today. And we are in the festive season, and in the time tunakulanga without excuse. Body goals to the left, tutapatana tena next year. And dessert is part of what we love to enjoy. Pastries, it's part of the menu. Amwezi krisi bila keki, by the way. There are those things that we cannot miss during Christmas. Cakes, chapo, cabbage, waru. Potatoes have to be there on the menu. But today, tuteka waru kidogo, we just focus on pastries and a bit of dessert options that you can take on or choose to make or enjoy during this festive season, and specifically cakes. So with us in studio today, we have Beldina Kirito. Good morning.
Good morning, Jane.
Thank you so much for being with us today. We had her last year. It was last year to decorate cake. We had a number of things to do. We actually baked a whole cake, did a bit of decoration. So today we're going to do that again. But before we get to this goodness here that we're going to be eating, na nisione Victor, Doreen, ama Steph, ama Regina mumekuja hapa. Nisiwaone hii pande ya studio. Until further notice, we'll be getting to that in a bit. We'll be showing you how to go about, in case you are lost in terms of decorating cakes or what kind of cake you would quickly whip up for your family in the comfort of your home without burning down the house or burning the cake. We'll be getting to that in a bit. But before we do that, Beldina, just for the benefit of our viewers, tell us a bit about Beldina Kirito and the business brand behind the name Beldina.
Hi viewers, my name is Beldina Kirito J, founder Beldina's Delicacies. So Beldina is basically a baker, an entrepreneur, and a vlogger. I vlog at my YouTube channel, Beldina's Delicacies. Recently changed to Beldina Kirito J to cover as much as possible. So on my channel, I teach you how to bake. Like actually today, I will be releasing a video on how to bake this cake. It's a fruit cake. So Christmas mode, we mostly celebrate with fruit cake. So I'll be showing you how to bake it. Now today I'm showing you how to decorate it. So we have quite a number. As you can see, these goodies, Christmas colors, red, white, green, gold. Those are Christmas colors, and we're going to have them all. We even have Father Christmas.
Tuko na Budesco mwenyewe ameacha mguu mmoja chini lakini tutampandisha nayo.
Tutamfix.
All right, so you've mentioned about the fruitcake, and from where I stand, kama common mwananchi, kama amateur proper, niko a strong amateur. Ninasongea katikati intermediate. But when it comes to a fruitcakes, they take a lot to prepare, from what I know. Starting with soaking the fruits for 1 week, 2 months, down to the baking. What are the basics of making a legit fruitcake?
Now, actually, for a fruitcake, we have different two types of fruitcakes. We have a rich fruitcake, whereby you soak your fruits in rum or brandy for like 2 months or 3 months. Now like the Christmas cakes we are baking at Beldina's for our clients at the moment, we've soaked the fruits for 2 months, and then we baked the cakes 2 months ago. We've been maturing them. It's called maturing. So that's the most complex fruit cake. Then we have a light fruit cake. For the light fruit cake, you can just soak your fruits in orange juice, like even 2 days or 3 days before, and then now you bake with them like I did yesterday. So it's basic. This one, it's the easiest to make, but fruit cake is basically the most complex cake to bake, and it's the yummiest. It's so yummy. You will attest to that after this.
So tutakuwa sober? Just for clarity purposes.
Kabisa. Hii ni orange. This one, it's just the light fruit cake.
GE. GE. All right. So due to the interest of time, decorating, ikikuja kudecorate keki uwa tuna butcher. We murder the cake. It tastes good, but ukiangalia, for most of us, inakaa haikai tamu. So take us through the basics on how you can decorate a cake, and due to the interest of time, you're going to do a naked cake.
Semi-naked.
Semi-naked cake.
Yes.
Ni keki haijavaa nguo kabisa.
Kabisa, imevaa nusu, imevaa haijavaa.
Inaonekana, haijaonekana, things like this. So let's start with a bit. Where do we start?
So now we're going to first, it's trimming our cake. As you can see, it's not so flat. So the first step, we've washed our hands and sanitized.
To be sanitized off air.
So we trim off so that we level it. It should be flat. So we're going to trim it. So you're going to
utamu inaingia ndani.
Kabisa, ishaanza ku.
Na hata hizo zitapata kazi?
Yes, easy tutakula off stage. Actually, my neighbors at the bakery, they really enjoy this. So guys, you can niongelesheni vizuri so that you can be my neighbor. Easy. Breakfast. You take your cakes for breakfast.
Excuse me.
Yes, so we're going to just have these here.
All right. So it's a 2-layered cake.
Yes, so it's...
No, this is not a tier. This is just 2-layered.
Yeah, 2-layered cake. So to achieve, for those who want to bake, to be pro bakers, to achieve the height, the tall height of the cake, it's always good you bake in 2 tins. Like this one is now baked in 2-inch tins. 2 8-inch tins.
8-inch ni
yeah, 8 inch.
diameter.
Yes, in diameter, something like that. Yeah, so we're going to now, what we do, there is now we apply a layer at the middle. So you see now there is this middle layer that we apply here. Guys, and then now when this is called a palette knife, so when you are applying, you just go one direction so that your cream doesn't peel off or make it hard for you. Yes, now we take now the other one. Now this is how we join
the binding glue.
Yes, so that's how we do it. So now we apply a bit of it here. So then due to transportation, this one it's a bit sunken in the inside. So what we do, you look for we will turn it. Yeah, so that one, this one now becomes our bottom, and then now this becomes our top.
Here we go.
That's
so that you have a flat level to work with.
We have, you look for, actually when you're decorating, those who want to become pro bakers, you look for the part that is flat. If it's not flat, you again trim so that it's so flat.
Okay.
Yes.
And what is the average cook time for this size of cake? 2-inch thickness and 60 minutes?
Yeah, 60 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, because the fruit cake is a bit dense. For the other cakes, it's usually around 45-50 minutes. But fruit cake, because of its density, it's 60 minutes at 180 degrees.
All right.
Yeah, so
for 60 minutes.
Yes.
Bila kufungua oven.
Yes, please don't. So ukifungua in a sink. Yeah, so ukiweka kwa oven, wait for 60 minutes. That's when you check for its readiness.
All right. But the time, of course, varies depending on the size of the cake that you're baking.
Yes.
All right.
But mostly that's the average time. Yeah, so now we are applying our first layer. It's called crumb coat. You can see now we're doing the crumb coat bit, and then now we're going to the sideways.
Yes.
You want to try? Yeah,
I will try. We don't back down from a challenge. Nikibuta, by the way, nisisikie mtu amesema anything. Niko tu sawa. So
just
yes, and then you one
apply,
direction.
Yes, one direction.
Na apply tukisonga.
Yes.
Alafu hiyo excess unaitoa tena.
Unaitoa pole pole, unasonga tu. Yeah, you look like you are a pro already. The way you're holding that palette knife.
I know. Thanks. And what are the basic tools for decorating a cake that we need to have at hand, and alternatives for those who might not have this palette knife, you call it?
Yes.
Yes. What are the basic tools that you should be having at hand?
Yes, so you need to have now, one, it's that palette knife. Then this is turntable, the one we're using to turn the cake. Then there is the cake board. This is the cake board. That's where you place your cake on. But if you don't have, by this, some of these things you can improvise at home.
Yes.
For the board, you can use even a plate, a round plate. Then for the palette knife, you can use a kawaida knife. So don't say, no, I don't have these tools. Then there is this piping bag.
Yes.
So if we will pipe some nice flowers at the top. So that's a piping bag.
Checky cake.
Yeah, it's coming along well. You know, this is not our semi-naked cake. But then for semi-naked cakes, fruit cakes, because of its texture, its sweetness and all that, you're doing a good job. Actually, like for semi-naked, you can leave it there and say like, yeah,
it's done.
You're done. Yeah, so it's just to smoothen a bit. I can help you.
Yes, you can help that.
Yes, so. You see, And this is buttercream. For buttercream, you use butter and icing sugar.
And you whip it.
Yes. So, and for if you want this recipe for the buttercream, rush to my YouTube channel. There is buttercream recipe. Beldina Kirito J. And
what kind of frosting goes with which kind of cake? Because I get there's the fresh cream, there's this buttercream, there's the fondant, among many others. What should you know when you choose the final
frosting.
Yes, the frosting for the cakes?
Yes, now like for the sponge cakes, the likes of white forest, black forest, we use whipped cream. Then for fruit cakes we use buttercream and fondant. There is the hard icing. You see now like all these toppers we have here, they are all edible. They're made by that icing called fondant.
Ile ngumu.
Yes, ile ngumu unakanda kama chapati.
Okay.
Yes.
So that only goes with cakes that are not very spongy.
Yes, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the pound cakes, the fruit cakes, vanilla cakes, strawberry
Fondant
cakes.
goes with them.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Now,
but you can also use the fresh cream, the frosting, the buttercream for all that.
Yes, yes.
All right.
See now, these are our semi-naked cake. It's coming well along.
And the beauty about the season that we are in, you can decorate with almost anything that you want. We have a bowl of stars here. Kuna two stars, kuna two bells, kuna two moons, we have some presents over here. We have Santa Claus seated over there. Just helps to create the mood as well. So there you go. There you can see there's the little, I think this is the the moon. Then we have some bells over here, some little stars. Okay, you can't see because of the color of my top. Wacha niwaonyeshe vizuri against the contrast. Bas, ndio hako. Ini kasta kau. Hii ndio ilikuwa ina guide the three wise men. Ndio hii. This is the star. All right, so you can go ahead and decorate with anything that you want, really. It's a part that you go all out to express yourself. So we're done with the basic coating.
We're done. So we just have to wipe off with a clean kitchen towel. So we just wipe off the excess from the board. And then we start playing around with our decor and have our cake as colorful as possible.
Yes.
So for semi-naked, that's how simply you do it. You decorate and then you smoothen your cream kidogo kidogo. So we're going to put some cream here, then we're going to pipe some 3 flowers here.
This is the piping tube?
Yes, this is the piping bag. We have a nozzle attached in it.
Ka hauna hii piping bag, you can use a karatasi.
Yes, karatasi ya mkate, unatoboa kidogo.
Unatoboa kakona.
Yes, you pipe and there you people enjoy your a beautiful decorated cake. So we are simply going to have just 3 rosettes.
Rosettes, I love rosettes.
So I'm just going to show you how to do one, then you do the rest, play around. Yeah, so for rosettes, you just twist your piping bag like this.
Squeeze and turn.
Yes, or you can simply even put it down and release. So just like that, you can try.
Haya. Zoom in.
Jane on the
venye najichocha hapo, hata tuisongeshe karibu in case nisifinye na nguvu sana nisikume keki ianguke. So
good.
Oh,
wow, you're doing a good job,
bro. Then we get another one here.
Nice, nice, nice. It's coming along.
I got 2 solid rosettes right there. And these ones come in different patterns to get different.
Yes, they do. Yeah, we have the starlight, we have the one now giving us this one. We have different ones. So we have even some that pipe leaves. Yeah, pipe nyasi. You've seen those cakes with like some
artificial
grass
edible grass.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So I think ini nimemaliza hapa.
It's okay. So we can probably add one there.
Yes. So fill the piping bag again. Then you push it through.
So guys, you see, it's that simple. Decorating a Christmas cake, your Christmas should not be boring. Ensure you have a cake on your table on your dessert table.
And this is a great activity to even do with the kids.
Exactly.
Now that they're home. Let's add one more rosette and equal balanced. So squeeze, turn. Hey, that's a nice big one.
Another one.
Another one here.
Yeah.
Wait, okay. Tulia. Oh, that's a nice one. I'm so proud of myself right now, guys. I wish mungejua.
Ushakwa pro. Amazing.
Ooh, you need a steady hand.
Yeah.
All right.
Now the next we're going to have now our decor items. Now we can play around with them. So we start with our Father Christmas. We fix the leg that has
ilikuwa inajaribu kututoka lakini haitaenda mahali.
It's now fixed, guys. It's fixed. So we're going to put we can put it anywhere. Akae katikati. Alafu atuletee, these are the gifts anatuletea. So we can have his gifts hapa around. Yeah, the gift the Father Christmas is bringing us. We just play around with them. Yeah.
Mimi nataka kuchingirima stars.
Yes. So let's have.
But we can even put this on the sides. Yeah, they stick. Machingiro bells.
Yes, Christmas trees. We have the Christmas trees.
The mistletoes.
So we're going to have our cake as colorful as possible. The jingle bells. So, and we have cutters for these ones. You can shape with your bare hands, or you can get a cutter for the same.
Director wangu anasema hajaiona naked before, but he gets the concept.
Yes.
Like that. There's more over here.
Yeah, now you can sprinkle them just without any pattern. So we're going to have our cake looking all colorful.
Oh, there's a little love heart over here. Inibolia for the Christmas.
Then you can have the gold balls.
So you don't have to break the bank to get a Christmas cake and to make it pretty for the kids, especially najua watoto aesthetics matter.
I know.
Look at how that is coming along so beautifully.
You see?
You can pour some more there to just be extra if you are extra.
Nice. And I can see you're artistic, very creative.
Wapenzi watazamaji wenye wanazusha kwa masikio. There we go.
Jingle bells, jingle bells. You can see how it's really coming out nice. With the,
and this has taken
Christmas
us less than 20 minutes to actually decorate. Of course, the cake was made prior to this, but decorating doesn't have to be a process that unachoka ukifikiria.
Yeah.
And there you have it. That is a beautiful cake. Victor, najua hujaiona for the Christmas. I will be inviting you on this side very soon.
So that is simply...
Aitwi omwami.
That is simply, you can see how it's beautiful, and then we have these crumbs here. Wapenzi watazamaji tutakula on your behalf. Yeah, guys, that is simply how we do it. And you can see how beautiful, colorful it is.
As we also sanitize our hands to just make sure that we are clean as we engage with this cake. All right. There we have it. a beautiful cake for a beautiful family, something that the kids will also enjoy to see. Wenye ambao nataka niwapigie picha ya ukweli, tuta zoom in, zoom out, and I'm going to invite my colleagues on this side of studio. Saizi, you are welcome. Regina, Stephanie, Doreen, Victor, Mukuje.
Welcome. Come one, come all.
Welcome all to this side of studio.
Come one, come all.
Come one, come all. Musiwahi sema sijawafanyia kitu yote hii mwaka. Tukifunga mwaka, usiseme sijawafanyia kitu. Huyu ndio Bazenga.
Huyu ndiye Bazu.
Hata hizi zinakulwa, si ndio?
Musiwahi sema sijaiwafanyia kitu. Regina nakuja. Ni bano.
Edible. Bano edible. Yes.
Okay.
All right, as we bring the program to a close, we of course just want to say thank you for being with us. Ndoyo Mama Bea Mingia, our producers are also with us here on the other side of the studio.
Are we allowed to take photos?
The entire crew up there. It's been a beautiful year, guys.
Oh yes.
It has been a beautiful year. Pandemic has been happening. None of us have been directly affected, as you can all see us here. We haven't missed a single program because of COVID, and we thank God for that. And we are now in the festive season. We want to close the program as we close the year, as we close this cake. We'll wrap it up. Tukifunga nayo. So, since last week was my birthday, atutaimba Merry Christmas, tutaimba Happy Birthday, Jane.
Kata keki.
Sawa.
Happy birthday.
Na tusisumbuane.
Ni sawa tu. Hata hatuna ubaya.
Jane kwanza nivae kofia. Haijaandikwa Happy Birthday.
Wacha kwanza akate keki. Let her shine.
Haijaandikwa Happy Birthday.
It's still her birthday. Let her shine.
But inaandikwa Merry Christmas. But you get the vibe, yeah?
Yeah.
Get you. Or even the director can play actually some music.
Acha kwanza tupige evidence before.
We want to bring our director on set.
Producer, where are you?
Ukisema super producer. Ana venye analenga story.
Producer, where are you?
Leo tunakutaka. Ben.
Anaogopa kamera but tunamrepresent.
Usiogope.
Tunakurepresent.
So
the birthday girl?
The birthday girl and all the December babies. We summarize all the birthdays in the year.
Baby.
What's the date?
20th of December.
Good. We have celebrated just.
When you were juicy, kumbe?
Juicy too.
I'm just a few days old.
Usijali hata mimi. We don't count. Anything past 16 we don't count. All right, so mutaimba nikate. Tutakata the building.
For the Christmas.
Hey, usha book for the Christmas.
Hatutamkata. Tutakata hapa kando.
Tukuimbia nini? Happy birthday, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Which one do you want? Aiwe. Aya, kila mtu mimi na yenye anataka basi. Sasa tukuimbia happy birthday.
Aya.
Happy birthday to you.
Remixed. Happy birthday, dear Jane.
Hatukati Bazenga. We do not.
Who will take the Father Christmas? Looks like everyone is booking that Father Christmas.
Manze. Atakuja na gift.
Jena chukue for the Christmas tapate more wisdom.
Junajaribu kusema.
Ana wisdom.
Unajaribu kusema hivi. Kuja on national.
What are you indirectly telling her?
Mzee, as you grow older.
Are you trying to say I'm old?
No, as you grow older.
You see how women interpret?
But what if we call the entire team today, by the way? People who've never seen.
Watu wakuje.
Ana tu vile.
Kujeni mazee. I mean, it's been, you know.
Yeah. It's been a year worth celebrating.
Nani?
For the Christmas, ametulia tu hapo. Hana pressure.
Please. Have mercy on.
There we go.
Christmas.
Yeah.
It is a fruit cake. It's filled with delicious fruits. Dried fruits, of course, that were soaked in orange juice. But you can use a number of other variable liquids.
Okay.
Amazing.
There we go. So, tukule keki.
Sure.
Tumeshakata keki.
Tukule
sasa.
Sasa tukule keki.
Tumeshakata tukule sasa.
Kata keki tukule sasa.
Kata keki tukule sasa. Kata keki tukule sasa.
He stole our game, so then I stole his. If the law should get involved, he and I will be punished. You're innocent.
If you meddle in my business, like you already did once, I'll think less of you than I do of Jai Jo Wei.
Those who hide things from me aren't qualified to work with me.
How come?
Let my son out!
Open the doors, How come? Let me talk to him.
I'll be your father now.
What did you say?
有一段故事建筑一座城堡，回放进去后就不再打。
Okay, ulinipatia hii physical.
I gave it to Mrs. Vicky to give it to you because you're the coordinator.
Mheshimiwa, mimi niende nyumbani mtafute huyo Mrs. Vicky.
Why are you going?
Okay, na kulisache wanasema walituma foodstuff ya 500,000. Hii mwili inagaa imekula foodstuff ya 500,000.
Hata mimi anashangaa.
Sasa mahakama ya kwamba wewe umekula pilipili zako zimeriet.
Sasa pilipili wewe na sanduku wewe iko fanya kazi namna gani?
I have not finished. Okay, complete. Since you want to complete, you are there. Complete. Complete.
Urongo mtupu. Huyu mtu naona mapua size yake is very nosy.
Umemaliza maswali?
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Posire Marupe, all the way from Nyamarambe. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Watch iwa pambe saiti, and remember, bado corona iko. Take care.
The Amazons.
They are responsible for the love that endures over the years. You better get me out of here.
This time, you won't escape from me. I'll make you pay for each and everything you did to me. Hii ya mwanzo mpya, bonyeza *811*815#.
Usikae hapo na kujihurumia eti kwa sababu ulikosea ama ulianguka. Maisha wakati mwingine utapata umeanguka ama umekosea. Pata mafunzo pale. Unapopata mafunzo, inuka tena. Kung'uta mavumbi, songa mbele. Yaliyopita jamani, si ndwele, ganga yajayo. Maana kuna nguvu katika mwanzo mpya.
Ili kupata sikiza tune hiyo ya mwanzo mpya, bonyeza *811*815#. *811*815#.
Morning to you. Happy holidays to you and your loved ones. Thank you very much for making time to join us here on Biz Check this morning on KBC Channel 1. My name is Betty Kiptum. We have a lot lined up for you during this program for the next 2 hours. Our first hour, we shall be discussing why you need a savings plan, specifically for retirement. And in our second hour, we shall be having a conversation about how the year has been, the economic review of the year 2021. But first, in studio, we have Bansi Kaleli Moturi, a business development manager at N-Wealth Financial Services. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Betty, for having me. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Yeah.
Could you just give us an overview of what a retirement plan entails?
All right. Thank you, Betty. So a retirement plan really is your backup plan for when you leave employment. Now, since COVID came and jobs changed, you could leave employment at any age. Yes. So I'd want to first start by urging our viewers to stop viewing a retirement plan as, you know, what our parents had, or something that comes when you're 60, or NSSF. I see people joke on Twitter and calling themselves NSSF Twitter, yeah? It's not something that's really far off. It's your backup plan at whatever point you'll leave employment. You could be 20, you could be 30, you could be 60. So that's what a retirement plan is.
Right. Now that we know what it is, how do you go about getting one? And just give us the different scenarios for someone maybe who has income that is maybe employed, self-employed, or just an employee of a company, and also someone who maybe has hassles. Today they have job, tomorrow there is nothing.
All right. Okay, so when you're employed, some employers do have a pension scheme within the organization. So those are called occupational scheme. So that's what you'd hear people say, I'm permanent and pensionable. So you join an employer, they have a pension scheme, they have already agreed on the rates of contribution. So your salary is deducted and that's set aside for your retirement. So it's pretty straightforward for people who are employed and their employers have such a scheme. Now, for the people who are self-employed, then we have the option of a personal pension scheme. Now, this is where you go register with an independent provider. You could come to us at Enwealth or any other provider in the market. You open an account, you put in your money at whatever intervals. So this one is a lot more flexible compared to that of the people who are employed, because once you're employed, you have to contribute on a monthly basis. However, for the personal pension, you really contribute when you have money. So when your hustle is doing well, you can set aside some money. The months when it isn't doing so well, then you don't have to set in a contribution. And still it is okay. At least you're putting in steps towards your retirement. So I'd encourage you either way, just take it. Open one. There are no fines. Fortunately for retirement funds, unlike say the insurance policies where you have to pay every month or for a certain amount of time, retirement plans don't have penalties. So if you don't even contribute for a whole year, say COVID hit your business, the whole year you haven't had anything, it's still fine. Your money is still being invested and earning interest. So it's very flexible. I'd urge every Kenyan, if you don't have one with your employer, please think about opening one for yourself on a personal level.
Now, this conversation we are having is very important because a report by FinAccess found out that about 40% of Kenyans have done nothing to prepare for retirement. That is quite a huge chunk, because eventually these people become dependent on the younger people in their lives. So why is this the case?
And thank you for bringing that up. We also did the same study, and we found that around only 1 Kenyan out of 7 is ready to prepare to retire. So you find that many people never think about it. I think you feel like it's something that's really far off. And then unfortunately right now, like what I'm seeing with our generation, there's a YOLO attitude. You live now, you want the soft life, you want to go to Diani, etc. It's Christmas. So we are postponing our future because of the now. And unfortunately also life is very expensive. I mean, school is expensive, the cost of living has really gone up. So sometimes you find some of us, it's not that we want to postpone the decision, it's just because our shilling is really stretched with other current needs. So from my perspective, number one, it could be an issue of education, that people are not really aware of how much it costs to retire. We saw our parents retiring and they were getting some pension, but we forget that our parents, most of them even worked for one employer for all their lives. So they were assured of some pension. Then we also forget that most of them, at the point of retirement, I see many parents or many of the older generation going back to upcountry. Now, for our generation, I'm not sure how many of us would want to go back upcountry. Then also, I'm not sure how many of us will have the privilege of working for all our lives, especially with one employer. So that's why there's then that lack of preparation, because we just think things will flow as we've seen them earlier and before with our parents. However, life has really changed. So I think lack of information on what it takes to retire comfortably, and then also probably lack of access. Previously, pension, was this jargon. People didn't have access to it. People didn't understand it. However, right now we have such advanced ICT platforms where you can open a pension plan at the comfort of your home just by having your phone. For instance, what you do at Enwealth, you just open it online, you fill an online form, you send your money via M-Pesa or bank transfer, and that's it. So I think previously there was the issue of access to these platforms, but right now there are more than enough in the market. So it's just up to us to go and take it up.
So that means there is a need for perception change, right?
I definitely agree there's a need for perception change and education. And I'm very happy to see that our regulator, pension is regulated by the Retirement Benefit Authority. They've really taken up the mandate, and they're really going out to educate members on the importance of having a pension. I saw, was it last week? Yes, I think last week they had an open day in Kisumu, just going to educate the general public. This is what pension means, this is how you can access it. And I think the more we continue having such kind of initiatives, both by the regulator and by us us, the private players, then we will have individuals retiring better and having all the information that they need.
Right. There's what you brought up about the YOLO kind of living. Yeah.
Yes.
What will make sure that the current generation has, say, delayed gratification? Because we want to be happy now, because you never know how tomorrow is.
Yes.
And then you don't plan for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So what will it take to change that perception, make sure that even as we enjoy, we are thinking of tomorrow?
Okay, Betty, first it'll take this kind of conversations you're having, and I acknowledge you and KBC for bringing it up. We need to continue shouting about it. Number 2, we need to continue making it more accessible. And number 3, I think general information. I think people know, for instance, people will know that there are shares, people will know that there's something called a SACCO. Many people don't fully understand what the pension is. And for the young people, the more we have young people just, pushing this conversation, I think then the others will just tag along with us. So that pension is not viewed as something for the old people. It's something you can save. In fact, it's something that can be your backup in case you lose a job. Because right now with employment, people were leaving jobs that they thought had security. Say, for instance, if you're a teacher or if you're in the restaurant industry, etc., catering, etc. So you felt like you had a stable job only for COVID to hit. So this is a credible and a good backup plan for you in case of such events. So the more we have these conversations, I think the more we'll get the youth on board.
So when someone is saving, can someone save? There are people who just save because savings have to be done.
Yes.
And then there is saving when you're working towards something. Pros and cons of each.
Okay, all right. Now, for the person who just saves because they saw their mother saving, or they know that it's important to save, put some money aside, then good for you. I think that the first step is to just save.
Put something aside.
Even if it's 5 bob, put something aside. That's step number 1. So you're in the right track. So for the second step then is to classify your savings between short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Now, short-term savings could be, say, I'm saving for a car or I'm saving for a phone. It depends with, your wallet. Short-term savings is, say, for the first 1-2 years, what can I save for that? What are my goals for that period? Then how can I set money aside for it? Now, for instance, right now we're in Christmas. Some people, unfortunately, it feels like it was a surprise, yet they saw the calendar dates moving along. You are in January, then alas, we are in December. So it's important that even for things like Christmas, because you're going to spend a lot. When you think of transport, you think of food, you think of entertainment, there's definitely going to be a lot of expenditure. So short-term savings are for things like this. Then mid-term are for bigger goals, or things that will take you, say, 2 to 5 years. When you think of going to school, if you want to pursue your masters, for instance, that is could be a midterm kind of goal. If you want to buy a car as well, sometimes it could take longer. If you want to buy a plot, Kenyans love plots. So maybe you want to buy something worth, say, $500,000, whatever. That can take you around 5 years, isn't it? So that will be a midterm kind of saving. Then the other one is now long-term. Long-term, you're thinking 5 years plus. Now that's where things like your retirement comes in. Things like where you're going to live. Buying the plot is the first step. Then what are you going to do with it unless you're holding it for speculation? So now you find that those are the long term. So when you're saving, it's important then to have in mind the perception of how long, like is it a long term, medium term, or a short term goal, number 1. Then number 2, now review that based on your age. If I'm 20, I have the luxury of time. So I can easily save for the car, for the land, for the house, etc. But then there are other viewers, say, who are 50 and say you're retiring in the next 5 years or in the next 10 years. Unfortunately, then you don't have the luxury of time. So even when you're thinking about your savings and where to place your money, your age should come into play. Because the younger you are, you can take more risks. You can go into very aggressive kind of savings. The older you are, then I'd encourage you to, minimize the risks so that you don't lose your money at that age. So yes, when you think about savings, think about whether it's the time frame you have, and then also match that to your age. Yes.
You mentioned a little bit earlier the issue about SACCO savings.
Yes.
Most Kenyans, well, over 80% of Kenyans who are earning save on SACCOs or in SACCOs. So is that enough?
Good. That's a good question. Is it enough? I'd say no. It's a good thing to have a SACCO. It's a good backup plan. It's a plan where you can also get a loan. So that's the benefit of having a SACCO. But never put all your money in one basket. So majority of us, because we want more shares so that we can get more loans, dividends, and then especially this time around December, most of the people in SACCOs are very happy. And then also you want to be able to borrow more, So the more money you have, the more you can borrow. So some of us, you find that all our eggs are inside the SACCO. However, previously we've seen also SACCOs, say, being in financial distress. We've had rumors of SACCOs that are mismanaged. So it's important that you diversify. Don't put all your money in one basket. Yes.
So these options of diversification, could you just take us through them?
All right, good. So just the basics. So other than having a SACCO account and a pension account, then you could think about what other assets you could get. When you talk about assets, it could be shares. You could be a shareholder through the listed companies, or you could go even in private equity. Some funds are not listed, so you could buy a stake there. You could buy the government bonds. I've seen over the last few years, we've had a number of bonds, and also the infrastructure bonds that are very lucrative. So you could also expose yourself, in terms of bonds. You could buy property, land. So there are very many avenues available. Even offshore, you could feel like, Kenyan is too saturated, or probably you can get better return abroad. So really it's up to you. And I'd say get into an investment that you understand. There are so many options. Even guys are going to come and start telling you, things to do with, other assets that are abroad, or Bitcoin, things like Bitcoin, so it's important that you get into a business that you understand. Then also evaluate your risk profile. Are you a high risk person? Are you very risk tolerant? Or are you low risk? If you lose your money, will you have sleepless nights? Or will you tell yourself, it's fine, at least I tried? So it's important to know yourself. Don't just invest because everyone else is buying it. First take time to understand what it is that you're buying.
It's important that you brought that up, because people work hard for their money, and you want to put your money somewhere at least will be safe. 90% of it you're assured of the money being safe. So what precautions do people need to take before they put their money anywhere in terms of savings?
Good question. So number one is to understand how that business works. So from the top management, it's important to know, like, who's the CEO? How long do they stay even in that company? Are they people who come in and leave? So the top management, are they credible people? Are they people who've been listed in every scandal, or are they people who have, a very good track record? So number one, look at the leadership, because normally we say that everything starts and falls and ends at the leadership level. So if you have poor leaders, then just expect that eventually the cracks are going to show. So leadership. Number two is to understand then what does a company do? How do they generate that revenue? Because I think this is how people are pulled into Ponzi schemes. You're told that, bring your money. Then when you bring someone else, you get some money. And when you try to understand what is it exactly that we do to get this money, there's no clear where do the profits come from? There's no clear indication of how do we get this money. So then you find yourself in problems. So it's important to understand, okay, so this is what they buy, this is what they sell, and this is how they make money. You can look at their financials. Sometimes, for instance, the listed companies, they always publish in the dailies. It could feel like jargon. But just check what are the profits. Are they making money? Are they losing money? And from just such kind of research, then you'd be able to figure out whether it's a company you want to identify yourself with. Finally, I think something we are very strong with, and we really recommend at Tenwell, it's also to look at the values. You want to work with a company whose values resonate with you, so that, you're not funding, say, a business that you have issues with. So it's also to look at, is there an alignment? Are there people who you'd like to be, in business with? Yes.
Right. So that is for someone who can do their own research.
Yes.
So assuming someone is not in that position or does not trust their own education or understanding in that sector, what experts can they go to help them in that journey?
Okay. I've seen there's a lot of financial advisors and investment advisors. Actually, it's a service I'd recommend if it's something that you'd want, because they're professionals. They're people who understand these things inside out. So you could look for an investment advisor. Look for someone who's independent. Sometimes you could find someone who's only selling their product. Say, for instance, if I work for XYZ company, I'll tell you this is the best, and I'll not tell you about anything else. So get an independent investment advisor, and then they'd be able to guide you well.
Well, we are talking about saving for retirement, saving for your short-term or medium-term goals, and we are with Bansi Kaleli Moturi. She is the Business Development Manager at N-Wealth Financial Services. If you have any questions, you're looking at your income and wondering where to put what or how to put something aside, you can just ask your questions on Twitter. We are at KBC Channel 1. My personal Twitter handle is at Betty Kiptum. On Facebook, we are at KBC Channel 1 News, and you can also catch up with us there on YouTube at KBC Channel 1. Now, Bansi, coming back to you. We've talked about the retirement plan that people have. Let's focus on, say, a real case scenario, a young person. They've just maybe gotten their first job. How do they go about it?
Okay, great. So if you got in your first job and say your employer has a pension scheme, so say, for instance, they'll tell you they're contributing 10% and say you do 5%, or you also match it, 10%. So that is deducted from your salary. So say it's my first job, so I'm earning, say, 50,000. So 10% of 50,000 means every month my employer is deducting 5,000 from my salary, and they're also contributing 5,000 on my behalf. Let me pause there and say, by the having a pension scheme means you're getting more value from your employer, because this 5,000 is over and above the salary that you guys agreed on. So you're getting more value from your employer. So yes, this money, it goes into the pension scheme, it is invested. Now, nothing stops you from adding into that fund. The thing about retirement, and I think if there's one message I'd want to leave even for the young people, imagine retirement is real, number one, and number two, we will retire. I mean, now we are going to a new year. Now we are a year older. So retirement is coming, and it's coming very fast. And unfortunately, unlike our parents where retirement was age 55 or 60, us guys will retire earlier, probably at 30 or 40. You'll be told that, you're redundant, or you're too old for this role, or ICT, with all this ICT coming up.
Out some jobs,
it'll get to a point where a computer is just being interviewed over here. So it's very important that you remember that retirement is coming, and it's coming sooner than we think. So you can put in a lot more by yourself. It's called additional voluntary contribution. So you go to your HR or your trustees, you can ask them for an additional voluntary contribution form, so you can commit to contribute more. Now, the best thing, or one of the best things about pension, is that you get to save on taxation. So as you're contributing more, there's a tax relief for the first 20,000 shillings you contribute. So if you want to pay less tax, then this is an avenue to just encourage you to save and also save on the tax. So you can get the AVC and just as much as possible continue adding to the pool. Right now, for the employed people, I know some people are getting bonuses. Honestly, you could open a personal pension account, put the money in there, let it earn interest. For instance, this year we are looking at interests of around 14-15%. That's a very high rate of return. So you can imagine if you put in your money there for 1 year, earning 14 or 15% is really a good return for you, and it will really boost you when you're thinking long term. So don't opt out of the savings if you're employed, and add as much as possible, so at least by the time you're leaving, you have a bigger chunk. Then another benefit of pension, and if you're recently employed, is that you'll get then to to benefit from the return, the compounded return. So what that means is that if this year I'd saved, say, 100k, and then my return is 15%, so that will be 15,000. Next year, the amount of money that's going to be invested is 115,000. So it's not just the 100k. So you find that because of compounding, then your funds grow really fast. Yeah, if they just need time. But then the thing about pension just needs time. Leave your money and it will work for you. In case you get to leave the employer, because you know now as a young person, say you've gotten employed, then you see a better deal and you want to move to a new employer. I'd really encourage you, don't cash out, because there's the option of removing your money at the point of retirement. Don't cash out. Don't use it.
Retiring at 22.
Exactly. We worked for 2 years, yeah? No, don't cash out. If you can, leave your money in the scheme. You can move it to your new employer. You can move it to a personal pension scheme. However, let your money continue working for you. You work very hard, so don't let your money, rest. And compounding is one of the ways your money works for you very well.
How about now for the hustlers, the entrepreneurs who have a vision to retire by 40 and, enjoy life in the Maldives? How can they go about it?
I like the vision. Where there's a vision, then at least I think you're going to put the steps. So once you decide when you want to retire, then it's important you work backwards. Let it not be a wish. Yeah, it's very easy for me to sit here and say, oh, I wish I was president, or I wish I retired at 40. But you have to put in the work. So one way of doing it is start thinking backwards. So if I want to retire at 40, how much money will I need at that 40? Normally statistics say that you should have at least 75% of your current income in retirement. So say right now I'm earning, that is a recommended. Say I'm earning 100k right now, 100,000 shillings. So in retirement, I should be able to earn at least 75,000 shillings. So that my life is comfortable. So now with that understanding, now work backwards. So you can say, if I retire at 40, how long will I live? People are living till, say, 75, 80, yeah? So let's say 40 years. Another 40 years. So now you need to work out how much money do you need to sustain you for that 40 years. Then now just put in the work. Save now, invest. So by the time you're retiring, then you have enough money. Then also something else I'd want to urge the viewers. Previously retirement was viewed as a period where you just go and sit at home, and that's why even we'd see, like, when people are retiring, you're given a djembe and I don't know, a clock. You're given like gifts that, okay, I don't know how they were supposed to help you then, So retirement right now, it's really not, a time to just laze, It's important that you have your time, that you can relax when you want to, but it's also important to keep yourself busy. So you can think of, like, yes, I'll retire at 40, but I have another 40 years. So what can I do with those 40 years? Can I consult? Can I, work in the community? Can I join the church and, minister? Can I start a business? Maybe I know something so well that people will want to come and learn from me. So can I also mentor people who want to get into that business? So other than money, I think for you to have a wholesome life, of course you need the money, but also there's a lot more to live for. So as you're thinking of retiring at 40, it's to ask, then what are we going to do when we retire? How can we give back, and how can we also keep ourselves busy? Because really we can't sit around for 40 years. You get very tired.
It's fun for a few months.
I know, After that it becomes very boring, So it's important that you also think about that as you're planning for your retirement.
Now, when you're talking about money, we plan with time and expecting that things will go well.
Yes.
Occasionally, like last year and this year as well, things just go south. So can you plan for such shocks?
You can. And how you plan for such shocks is through diversification. And as I said, never put all your eggs in one basket. Because if you do that, the day when your basket is, has holes, now you'll have nothing. So how to plan for the shocks is because we don't know the future. Who would have thought that schools would be closed for a whole year? If I had money to start a school, probably some of us would have started schools everywhere. Because you're like, of course, people are having babies and the babies must go to school. So it's important that that you diversify, and through diversification is where you take care of such shocks. For instance, last year we saw that equities market really didn't perform, like share prices really went low. So for instance, if you're in a pension fund, then you'd see that you are probably incurring losses because of the loss in value of the equities. This year, equities have gained back the value, and they're doing pretty well. So you shelter yourself from such shocks through diversification. So there are things that probably sometimes don't change in value a lot. Things like government bonds. Government bonds are more or less stable. Property is also a pretty stable avenue. Then now you can play around with other ones. So it's important as you're investing, you think of how can you put your money in different pockets, so that if one pocket is torn, the rest of them can hold on that, can hold off for a while.
Right.
Yes.
Well, next year is an election year for Kenya.
Yeah.
And well, the Kenyan circle, every 5 years the economy dips and then starts picking up again with the transition of government. What do you foresee for the pension sector next year?
Okay. Right now, thankfully, we are recovering. I really hope the recovery will be sustained for a few months into the new year. Of course, as you've said, there's normally a dip around election time. So around August, we'd expect a dip. Probably as investors are, trying to see what is the next avenue. So we'd expect we'll not probably perform as well as we have in 2021. However, their prospects are very positive. So what I'd want to say for the general public, number one, don't be scared of starting a pension because of these elections. We've diversified. If we could go through COVID and we've gone through very many election cycles, then this is not the first. You find many pension schemes even have exposure offshore. They've bought into assets offshore. So there's nothing to worry about. You still invest in your pension. Feel free to talk to us. Then number two, just put your savings and your house in order. We don't know what will happen. We have a new COVID variant. We have elections. So it's important to just have an emergency fund also on the side in case things don't go as planned, especially when it comes to those who are employed, because you don't know for how long then we will be able to sustain it. Say some people might have layoffs, you never know. So it's important to also just on a personal level have something on the side.
Well, it's the festive season. People are about to spend a lot of money, as you said.
Yes.
We shall be discussing that in a little bit, but now we want to take a quick break. When we come back, what should you be spending and how should you be spending during this Christmas period? Do stay with BizCheck.
Everybody.
Give it up for Karma.
That's right. Go ahead, girl. My dream is to be a rapper.
They touch on so many important things, but from the point of view of a 10-year-old.
We draw creatively from writing her raps. Whatever's going on in the episode is pretty much synonymous with what's going on with the music.
Karma? What does that even mean?
Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on. The stars are brightly
Holidays are supposed to bring us closer, but now I realize
Christmas, and when I look around, your eyes outshine
The Amazons.
They are responsible for the love that endures over the years.
get me out of here.
This time, you won't escape from me. I'll make you pay for each and everything you did to me.
Oh no.
That really helped us.
Thank you for staying with Channel 1. This is BizCheck and my name is Betty Kiptum. Now in studio we are having quite an interesting discussion around money, savings, as well as how to manage your spending during this holiday period. I am with Bansi Kaleli Moturi. She's a business development manager at N-Wealth Financial Services. Thank you for staying with us, Bansi.
Thank you so much, Betty, for having me.
Awesome. Now it's the holidays. People are definitely going to spend. There is a report that was released, is it 2 days ago, that over 60% of Kenyans do not have plans for this Christmas period. Let's start there. Is that a good thing?
No, I don't think it's a good thing. You know, based on I think our culture, and when you look at even how we've been spending historically, people really wait for Christmas. We joke around that like you'll see the lawyers going with all their sofa sets, etc. back home, but it's because of the excitement that we have around Christmas. So to hear that 60% of Kenyans don't have a plan, it should raise some eyebrows. It just means that probably people are really stretched, and so they'd opt to just, you know, sit at home or really have nothing to do for that day. Yeah.
Right. So for those who are planning to spend, is there something like sensible spending over the holidays?
Yes, there is. I'm sure right now there's a lot of, you know, the holiday seasons have a lot of emotive. You spend because of your emotions. You're excited, you spend. You see someone from the village and they call you the big names. They call you Bazoom, Weshimiwa, Chief, yeah. Everything, chairman, everything nice. And you know, they spruce up your ego and you find yourself spending a bit more on them, yeah? So it's very important that you're not being led by emotions. So it's have a budget for Christmas. So if I'm gonna go up country, how much am I going to spend? How much will I pay for the trip, if I'm fueling or if I'm buying a ticket? Unfortunately, it's also quite late. If you're buying right now, I'm sure the prices are very high if you want to buy a ticket on the bus or shuttle. But it's important that you have a very clear budget. So are we buying a goat? Are we buying a cow? How much will that cost? How much am I spending at church? Because you know now when you go to church, then also they see you and they start calling you all those names and telling you the way we've not seen you in a whole year.
You are building something for the past year. You know?
In fact, you're called to the podium to say hi, yeah? And that comes with additional pressure. So it's important to have a clear budget. This is how much I'm going to spend. Then it's also very, very important that we remember, you know, some people have been paid their the end of December salaries now around this time. So December has double salary, and sometimes you could forget that money is for January. So it's very important to avoid January through taking care of your January expenses now. So for instance, if you could pay off your rent for January right now, that will be great if you've been paid. Take care of some of the basic needs. Yeah, it could be things like school fees. But their parents next year are gonna pay school fees, is it 4 times? Yeah, so there's a lot more expenses for you. So it's very important that you take care of them now when you can. So you can take care of the basic needs. So whatever you go with for the holidays, then that's for you to, you know, enjoy. But have limits. I normally like to say that no is a complete answer. If you ask me for give me 1, 2, 3 and I say no, I don't have to explain that unajua kuna nini. No is complete.
The explanations are mostly emotional.
Exactly. And then sometimes when you explain, you're forced to lie sometimes, or then your explanation, you know, I might not understand. For instance, if you tell me you have school fees, no, I can't give you because I have to pay school fees. Then I'll be like, no, but you can pay school fees in February or whatever. No, I start arguing with you. Yeah, so it's important to have boundaries and have a very clear budget. So this is what you'll spend on entertainment. This is what you'll spend on the basic needs, the food, etc. This is what you'll spend on transport. And then this is for January, because January you'll come back, you have to go to work. I normally see people, especially for the guys who have like house helps, they've gone, they spent all the money. Now they call you, they're like, nitumia transport. Yeah. So don't spend all your money that you don't have money to go back to work. So just make sure that you have enough money for January, so that also you're not it's not an anticlimax. You've not come from a really nice season, then you're really dipping low because you have nothing left. Yeah, so spend sensibly through having a budget and taking care of your expenses as early as possible. In fact, if you can leave Nairobi having paid all the basic needs, I think you'll be okay. Yeah, because at least now you'll know when you come back, no one is asking you for school fees. You've already bought the uniform and the shoes. You're not gonna go queue very long queues. You've already paid for the rent, so you won't have issues with your landlord, etc. Yeah,
right. So because most people in December they are living like kings. Yeah, in January you live like a pauper.
Imagine, it's very sad. Yeah, I think it's very sad. And you know what, for the guys who are spiritual, imagine God has given you the opportunity to be a steward over something. It's important that you spend it wisely. Yeah, don't waste your talents, or don't waste the resources that are in your possession. Yeah, then now start regretting in January.
Right.
Yeah, so
enjoy within your means. That's
exactly, live within your means. Living within your means, by the will give you very much satisfaction and freedom in your entire life, not even now in Christmas. Yes. I know there's a lot of pressure, especially since we've been talking about the young people. I mean, when you go on social media, on Instagram, everyone is just, living it up. Yeah, so it's important that you remember that first of all, you don't even know where they've gotten their money from. Let's start from there. So if you're making an honest living, really live within your means. You've worked for 30 whole days. You shouldn't blow that money in 3-4 days and then start suffering for another, we say January is 73 days. Start suffering for another 73 days. Live within your means. You can say no. Budget as much as possible. And as you're budgeting, sometimes the problem you make is that you budget, then you don't take time to evaluate. Are you really working within your budget? So it's important also at the end of the day, you keep track. Yeah, there are very many apps. You can even download an app or use Excel just to manage your expenses. So if I spent 1,000 here, because some expenses are small, you'll not remember. For instance, if you paid say fare 20 bob or 50 bob, these small expenses sometimes are the ones that creep up and become very big expenses. So it's important that even as you're budgeting, you're tracking so that you don't overspend in one category. And if you overspend in one category, so say for instance for food, I've budgeted for the whole month, say 10,000, for a family. I've budgeted 10,000, and then I find that people are eating a lot more, so I'm spending more than that 10,000. It's to ask which other category can I get my money from. So say for instance, if entertainment I'd put for myself 5k, then I can remove from there. Or say I'd budgeted for something else, another category where I can now come and remove and take care of the food. But it's important to budget, keep track of it, live within your means as much as possible. And I repeat, no is a complete sentence.
No is a complete sentence.
Yes.
It's important that you've brought up the issue of budgeting, because people's savings, they say that we can't save because we are stretched. But when you look at the numbers, numbers speak for themselves.
Yes.
You look at your budget and see what you're spending. You might find that there are very many impulse spends there.
Exactly.
That money could have gone into savings, right? So that is how people should manage their money.
Exactly. And you know what? You've given a very valid point. When you look at people and the economy, everyone is complaining that they're stretched. But when you look at the amount of money going around, I mean, no wonder even KRA is now into social media. People are actually spending money. So it means that either there could be people who are spending on needs, on wants, and not their needs. They're spending, they're trying to keep up with, is it the Kardashians or the Joneses, whichever it is. You're really trying to keep up with society, and then now you find that you're in your personal life, then you don't have money to take care of your day-to-day needs. And also something that is also very unfortunate is that now people are getting into debt so that they can just keep an appearance. So it's very important that you live within your means, because you can always borrow. There's nothing bad about borrowing in principle. However, you should have also a plan of getting out of that debt. That debt is not the plan always. That there months, unless it's an emergency, then that should not always be your plan. You should be able to plan around the money that you have.
There are people who believe in living with debt. Like you can't survive without debt. That is why they get hooked onto it. There are very many options right now for getting money or getting credit. What would be your advice in terms of, let's say, responsible borrowing?
Okay, I like that you've called it responsible borrowing, because you really need to sit and think before you take out that loan. Number one, I normally think that you should first think of why am I borrowing in the first place. Is it because I want to look like Betty? I want to get something that Betty has. Is it because there's a legit reason, there's an emergency that I hadn't anticipated, or there's something that really needs my urgent attention? Am I borrowing just because I'm used to borrowing? I finished the other loan, so now I'm just like, okay, sasa what will happen? It's very addictive. That is addictive. So it's important to know, why are you borrowing? Is it because also you can never say no? Anytime anyone asks, unapigiwa simu, you're the first person. When you're up country, sometimes you get these funny calls or even messages. Sometimes you get even con men telling you, mtoto wako ameumwa na nyoka, or sijui nani amefanya na nini. You're the first person to send money, even you're being conned, because you're a giver. So it's very important to ask yourself, number one, why do I get into debt a lot? Then number two, after you figured out that reason, or am I living beyond my means? Then now once you figure out that reason, then it's to ask yourself, why am I borrowing? And when we talk about where, a very important factor to look at is how much you're paying in terms of interest. You should try as much as possible to pay the minimum interest possible. Now, I know mobile apps, the loaning apps, are very convenient. You just, take your phone, and you've already gotten the loan. However, they charge a lot of interest. I saw recently that CBK is going to try and, regulate. And I really hope we get to that point, because they charge a lot of interest. So it's important to check how much are you paying in interest. Is it money you could borrow from your SACCO? I know SACCO rates are not as bad. Could you borrow from your wife or your spouse? And I mean, the people who have chamas right now, they are bowling, they have a lot of money. So could you also talk to her nicely and see whether she could lend you, and at least she'll lend you interest free. So it's good, first of all, to check how can you pay the minimal interest as possible. I see many people, they pay several times the amount of loans they took in interest. So you find that, say I took a loan of 10,000, at the end of the day I'm paying 30,000 or 40,000. So you're paying 4 times what you took. So really, are you working to just pay a loan? So it's very important that you look at the interest rate after you ask yourself, why are you borrowing? Then after that, it's to check, now how will I take care of this loan? I've seen there are people who take other loans to pay other loans. You're just in a cycle of debt. You take this to pay the other one. So it's very important to just try and see how you can work yourself out of it by looking at, how can I pay for these loans? A good way of doing that is seeing, how can I minimize my expenditures? If you have no way of increasing your income. So how you reduce expenditure? Could you move to a cheaper house? Could you even leave the house earlier so that you pay less fare compared to rush hour? I mean, there's a lot of saving, because you'd find that sometimes the fares are double what they are earlier. Could you carry lunch to work? Actually, it's very healthy. So it can be your 2022 goal, yeah?
Yes.
You carry lunch, the 100 bob you'd have used or the 200 bob you'd have used buying food, then you channel it towards paying the loan. So there are many small things you can look at that. How can I save and reduce expenditure so that I put more towards paying the loan, so that I just finish up with the loans. I think it's very stressful to be in a cycle of loans. I've seen people really stressed about it. So getting out of it would be something that I'd encourage most of us to think about, even as we enter into the new year.
As a person with a wealth of knowledge in financial management, what is your advice to people, or in terms of why people borrow? There's borrowing to invest, and then there's borrowing to, some people even borrow to just purchase shoes, you know, or a fridge or something like that. So what is your advice around that? The why are you borrowing?
Okay, all right. So normally when you're borrowing, as you're asking yourself the why, you should ask, number one, whether it is a need. Is it something that's truly necessary, or is it just a want? Now, when you're talking about the shoes, those are just wants, You could survive with the shoes that you have. So is it just something that you want, or is it something that you totally need? Say, for instance, someone is in hospital and, you have no insurance, nothing, then I'd understand you'd have to borrow for that. When people say they're borrowing for business, you've talked about borrowing for investment. There's a thin line there. Now, when you're borrowing for an investment or a business, it's important that you make sure that your investment is earning a higher return than what you're paying for the debt. So say, for instance, I've gone to my circle and my circle says offering loans at 12%. Then I take the money, I go buy, say, a treasury bond that's giving me 8%. Then there my mathematics is wrong. Or I go start a business that I don't have the concept well planned. I don't have a business case, or it's not even a business I'm exposed to. For instance, if I've already started a business and I can see it's promising, probably I could borrow to continue growing the business. However, if it's a business that is just residing in my mind, and then I go borrow 100k to go start it, and I've not really learned the business, you could find that the business is going into losses. And now I'm paying for the losses of the business, and I still have a loan that I'm servicing. So when you're taking a loan for investments or for business, it's very important that you make sure it is an avenue that will give you more than what you're going to pay for the loan. Otherwise, you'll just have a burden of the loan and a burden of the investment to take care of. So not all borrowing is bad. Some borrowing is good. So for instance, if you're going out to borrow for an investment that is earning higher than the loan, then that makes sense. If I'm going to borrow, say, and buy an Uber and then become an Uber driver and earn a living and I can pay off the loan, then that makes sense. If I see people also borrowing for education, if I'm going to borrow and go to school and say the education helps me get a better job, that is normally 50-50, because it will only make sense after you've gotten the better job or you've gotten an increase in salary. However, as you're in the wait, you could now start wondering whether that loan was worthwhile. So there's good debt. Good debt always is a debt that will bring you more than the cost of the debt. That is what I'd say. So when you're thinking of, should I borrow or not borrow, ask yourself, with this debt, give me more than what I'm going to pay for it. If the answer is yes, by all means, go and borrow. If the answer is no, look for other ways of managing fast if they're available.
Wow. Okay, that is very interesting information to have. Now let's talk about once someone has saved. You've put aside this amount, it's going to the circle, there's a retirement saving somewhere. After how long or how often should someone reevaluate this savings plan?
Okay, that's a good question. I'd encourage as much as possible. You can do it quarterly or even more often, even monthly at the end of the month, as you're looking at how you spend. Because the thing about money, it should not be something you postpone until end of the year. I know right now we are setting resolutions, which is great. However, don't postpone it till the next time you are setting the next resolution, because now what happens is that you'll find that it is a recurrent resolution. The same way as us guys who put things like lose weight, it's lose weight for all years. So it's important for your money you don't do the same thing. So it's important that you make it an active aspect of your life. So you can do it as often as possible, even monthly. Just go and have a look. Okay, I put my money here. What is the interest that it is gaining? What's happening in that company? Have things changed? Could it, be going down and I don't know? Yeah. So it's important that you're keeping an eye on it, because your money is really an important aspect of your life. So as you earn your salary, say at the end of the month, or as you get your money from your hustle, then you're thinking of where to place it. It's also important to check the eggs that I placed there first. How are they doing? So you can do it as often as possible, even monthly if it's possible, or quarterly. Then now when it comes to now when to change, it really depends on your goals. When we started, I said you should have short-term, middle-term and long-term goals. So if you've achieved the short-term goals, then now it's to ask, now what other short-term goals can I set? This is a perfect time you're having this conversation, because we have a new year coming up. So it's to ask now, what do I want to achieve in 2022? Then now you put money aside for that. Once that is done, say for instance, a short-term goal could be what? I want to buy a fridge or a cooker. Yeah. So once I've saved enough, I've bought the cooker. Now that money that I was putting towards the cooker, where else can I place it? Can I have another short-term goal, or can I put it into my medium-term goal? But it's important at all times. We are very keen on where our money is. So evaluate it as much as possible, monthly or quarterly if you can. Then at the end of the year, then now you can have a wholesome view, because you find some assets, like for instance pension, you'll know the return at the end of the year. So now at the end of the year, now you can have, say, a closing strategic plan for yourself. So this is what I did last year, so what can I do better into the next year?
Right. So reevaluate your plan every so often.
Yes.
That is the conversation we're having here about money, savings, retirement. What are you doing with your money? This conversation continues just after this commercial break. Stay with BizCheck.
Do you know you could be seated there, not knowing you're the newest millionaire in town? Visit ufaa.go.ke or dial *361# and find out if there's any unclaimed cash and other financial assets in your name. Labda umeomoka na ujui. Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. Receive, safeguard, reunite.
Can I borrow a few minutes of your time?
Where Tito? Time is money.
Beautiful.
Mila on the wall. Who is the beautiful among them all?
Yes, and that's me.
Don't worry. If I'm elected as the school president, I will make sure there is a kids playground for those of who have kids.
Mimi na nani? Hebu nitoe kwa hiyo hesabu kabisa.
And that leader is none other than Bosila here. Bosila for president. Why Tito for president? Bosila for president. Why Tito for president? Bosila for president. Bosila for president. Bosila for president.
Classmates, every Saturday on KBC.
Sometimes there isn't a worse enemy than your own heart. A rebellious heart.
Forget about her. She's married now.
She's not happy. I can't see her like this. A guilty heart.
I can't take it anymore, Mama.
I'm sorry I forced you to marry Damien.
A determined heart.
I still love you. Let's run away.
But what about my children?
Lying heart.
Okay, ulinipatia hii physical.
I gave it to Mrs. Vicky to give it to you because you're the coordinator.
Mheshimiwa, mimi niende nyumbani mtafute huyo Mrs. Vicky.
Why are you going?
Okay, na kulisache wanasema walituma foodstuff ya 500,000. Hii mwili inagaa imekula foodstuff ya 500,000.
Hata mimi anashangaa.
Ile sasa mahakama ya kwamba wewe umekula pilipili zako zimeriet.
Sasa pilipili wewe na sanduku wewe iko fanya kazi namna gani?
I have not finished. Okay, complete. Since you want to complete, you are there. Complete. Complete.
Urongo mtupu. Huyu mtu naona mapo ya size yake is very nosy.
Umemaliza maswali?
建筑一座城堡。
He stole our game, so then I stole his. If the law should get involved, he and I will be punished. You're innocent.
If you meddle in my business, like you already did once, I'll think less of you than I do of Jai Jo Wei.
Those who hide things from me aren't qualified to work with me.
Hao Kang!
Let my son out!
Open the doors, Hao Kang. Let me talk to him.
I'll be your father now.
What did you say?
用一段故事建筑一座城堡，回放进去后就不再。
This is BizCheck and you are watching KBC Channel 1. My name is Betty Kiptum. The past hour we have been talking about matters to do with the money. How are you saving your money? What is your savings plan? And do you have a retirement plan in place? Even if you might be retiring in a year or two, do you have a plan in place? We have been having this discussion with Bansi Kaleli Moturi. She's a business development manager at N-Wealth Financial Services. Thank you for staying with us this long, Bansi.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you.
Yes. Now, as we go into a new year, what message do you have for Kenyans as they prepare for the new year?
Okay. So the new year, I think, will be one different year compared to the others. We have COVID, we have elections, we have a lot of globalization. It's now really becoming a global village. And I think we saw this a lot during the last 2 years. So it's very important, number one, to ask yourself, where do you stand in the middle of all this? In terms of your source of livelihood, whether it's a job or if it's a business, is it something that is sustainable? Is it something that is different from what other people are offering? Because now people can easily import the same goods from abroad, yeah? So it's very important that you stand out, even professionally, looking at how you can improve your skills in this global village. That's number one. Number two, it's important if you have debt, to see how we can manage it, reduce it. I think I saw that the CRB listing for people who have, I think, less than 5 million has been extended till September 2022. It's going to come eventually. It would be a shame to see many more Kenyans getting on the CRB list. So it's important to see how we can manage our debts and just get off debt as fast as possible. Number three, diversify. We don't know how the economy will react with the elections and all these COVID variants, etc. So it's important to have money in different places. Number four, I'd say build your social capital as well. We normally say your network is your net worth. So it's important to also surround yourselves with people who will help you grow, who will help you increase your earning capability and even secure it. Yeah. Okay. So at least you can have a secured financial position. And then number four, educate yourself. It's very important to have the education around financial matters, and don't postpone retirement saving. Open a personal pension account today. We have a very good one at N-Wealth Financial Services. Feel free to talk to us. Open yourself a retirement account and start saving, putting aside something as little as it may be for your future. And your future will thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Your future will thank you. Well, we shall be getting back to this conversation in a bit, but just to take you to Uhuru Park, where the President Uhuru Kenyatta is inspecting a number of infrastructure projects, including the Nairobi Expressway. Remember that particular project, he said, would be complete in a little bit, but let's listen into what is happening there.
So witness the first one, and now he has done himself the final one. And so, sir, we really have to thank you for the support, because this project will make a very big difference for our country. Where we stand now, Excellency, on my right is the east, and on my left is the west. What it means, Excellency, is that this bridge or this project has brought the east and west together. And Excellency, Nairobians and visitors to Nairobi there'll be a very big difference because after it's finished in March, people will be taking 20 minutes only from the airport all the way to James Gishuru. More importantly, Excellency, this is one of the links, which is 27 kilometers. We're also doing some other projects from Murongo going over to Machakos Turnoff, a distance of 20 kilometers. After we finish this project to James Gishuru, 27 kilometers, there's another project which is 25 kilometers, taking us all the way to Rironi. And then from Rironi, Excellency, there are discussions to extend it all the way to Mount Summit. So when it's all done, sir, we shall be having dual carriage coming from Machakos Turnoff all the way to Mount Summit, a distance of 362 kilometers. Sir, because of your support, this has been possible, and we cannot thank you enough. And with that, sir, I would like to say a few words to Kenyans.
Asante sana waziri. First and foremost, let me say that it is a proud moment for us as Kenyans as we are here today witnessing the laying of the last of these girders that are linking this new, which we will call our new superhighway, the Nairobi Expressway. I want to first and foremost also again thank our contractors. I want to thank them because we started this project, as the minister has said, exactly almost to date 1 year ago when we laid the first box girder, and today almost to the date, because that was the 26th, today is the 23rd, so 3 days earlier to 1 year we are now laid the last one. And I am confident that with the kind of speed that they are moving at, the indicated date of March for completion of this road is bound to be met. And I will be very proud to be able, as Waziri here again has said, to drive all the way from Machakos Turnoff all the way to Rironi, and hopefully at that point launch the road from Rironi to Mount Summit, thereby reducing the gridlock that people have experienced, that has added to the cost of doing business in our country, that has added to inconvenience for our people, and thereby making Kenya that much more competitive and easing the cost of living to our people. And that is why infrastructure is key if ultimately we want to become an industrialized nation. So I really want to also at this point take this opportunity to thank the Chinese government. A lot of people have told us that our relationship with China is not beneficial. For those who say that, I request them come. Let them see a project like this. Let them see the project that we have done in Lamu. Let them see the project that we've done to be able to reduce the cost of petroleum with the KOT in Kilindini and Mombasa. Let them see the various other projects and programs that have eased life for Kenyans. Our partnership with China is one that is mutually beneficial, that is based on win-win, and we are very grateful to the Chinese government, to the Chinese people for the support that they continue to render, not only to our country, but to the rest of Africa. Thank you very much, Ambassador. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Finally, let me say that Nairobi is also changing. Many of you will just look at this project and say that this is the only project that we are doing. To date, again, having started just last year, we have done so many roads in our inner cities. Over 400 and some 20 kilometers of road that have been done in Mathare, in Kibera, in Mukuru, and in many other places. To ease also transport for our people who live in these areas. and the difference that is being occasioned by the road building, by the drainage being put in, by the sewage being put in, I do believe that within another 2 years, Nairobi will be a truly 21st century city, catering for its population in a positive manner and in a manner befitting our people. That is on top of the hospitals that we are doing in all these informal settlements, to also ensure that people have access to proper health care. These are some of the things we're doing. We are not shouting about them, but they are being done. We are affecting people's lives. We are changing people's lives. The number of people who have been employed in this project alone, as we have seen, exceed over 6,000. We have also another 200 subcontractors who have also benefited from this project. And those 200 subcontractors also have engaged and employed Kenyans. And all this we have achieved despite the crisis of COVID that we face. So mine really is to thank everybody, thank the ministry, thank the contractor, thank the Chinese government, thank all who have been involved, thank the security agencies who have been involved in ensuring that people are able to work on a 24-hour basis, thank Nairobi Metropolitan, and we'll be here. Hata nyinyi mkitaka, wale ambao walikuwa wanasema sijui tumegrab Uhuru Park, sijui na Central Park, mpige picture wananchi waone kazi ile inaendelea huko jamani. Alright? Na hii yote ni kuboresha maisha ya Wakenya wetu. Wawe wanaweza kujivunia mji wao wa Nairobi, wawe wanaweza kujivunia nchi yao Kenya. Na hiyo ndio haja yetu. Sisi hatuna haja nyingine. Kwa haya machache na mengi, Mungu awabariki na aendelee kuwalinda. Ya Krismasi tutaongea hapo mbele. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. One final request. That view is very nice, and I would like Excellency to seek your indulgence that we take a photograph with the Chinese ambassador and a few maybe so that they can capture. I told you in that top building last night, Excellency. So that we can have a nice picture and just a few.
That is the President Uhuru Kenyatta there. He was speaking at the laying of the final infrastructure for the Nairobi Expressway there, and that particular road will be running from Machakos through to Rironi, and then there will be an extension thereafter to Mau Summit. But he says that the infrastructure that is being laid down will ensure that Kenya is a competitive country in terms of doing business. He says that it will ease the cost of doing business and ensure that it unlocks the gridlock that has been witnessed in the past months, the traffic gridlock in a number of roads. He says that infrastructure is key to industrialize the country, and that the relationship the country has with China is beneficial, seeing that a number of projects, infrastructure projects, are being completed. Of course, that particular road, he says, is changing the face of Nairobi. And he says that it has employed about 6,000 people since its start. And he says that within the next 2 years or so, Nairobi will truly be a changed city. Well, Purity Museo is on that bit and will be bringing us a comprehensive report on that story in a little bit later. We are in studio with Bansi Kaleli Moturi, a business development manager at N-Wealth Financial Services. And we have been talking about matters money, how to ensure that you are saving according to your income needs, and what to do to ensure that your retirement is favorable to you financially. Well, Bansi, let's just wrap this up now. Let's wrap up the conversation. What is your message to Kenyans as your closing remarks in terms of responsible saving, responsible planning for their retirement?
Okay, thank you, Betty. I think over the last 1 hour, we've really gone around. We've talked about debt management, we've talked about diversification, we've talked about even checking, background checks on where you place your money, how often you should review your investments, etc. At Enwealth Financial Services, we normally say that you can never go wrong with a personal pension because it's a diversified portfolio, number one. It's well regulated, and then the returns are also very favorable. As I told you, we are talking about 14-15% just last year. So it's very important that as you're looking for where you're going to place your money, you also think about your future, and the pension will also give you that option. So for the young people, please don't postpone it. As I said, retirement is any time you leave employment. You could be 22, you could be 25. This money comes in handy. I wish we could have these conversations, say with people who are retrenched during this COVID season, and they'll tell you how their pension came through because they were able to access that money, start businesses, or even just take care of household needs as they're looking for a new job. So it is always a plan that you can rely on, and it is safe. And I think that's what most people are thinking about when they're looking at where to place their money. So don't hesitate. Feel free to contact us at Enwealth, and we'll be more than happy to support you. And as a closing remark, take care of your future so that it thanks you, and that you continue enjoying the same standard of life that you're living now, even in the future, at whatever point in time that will be.
Awesome. I think that's a great place to end the conversation. Thank you, Bansi.
Thank you so much, Betty.
Awesome.
Have a good day.
That is Bansi Kaleli Moturi. She has been talking about matters money, how to ensure that you are saving right. And remember, it's not too late to start, neither is it too early to start saving. We have been having that conversation. She is a business development manager at Enwealth Financial Services. We now want to switch gears to another conversation after this short break. Stay with us.
Christmas is a time for family, fun, and entertainment. This holiday season, KBC Channel 1 brings you exciting shows filled with laughter.
Mila, Mila on the wall. Who is the beautiful among them all?
Yes, and that's me.
Love.
Because I love you.
Forever, Ines. Action.
Of course you lied to me.
Drama. And heartwarming moments. Keep it KBC Channel 1 for wholesome family entertainment.
Why do you want to settle out of court?
No, this case has actually dragged us way too long. You don't pay me at all.
What?
We are on the same team. And I'm your captain.
So what deal do you have in mind then?
None.
Allowing that man into your own house is entirely based on you.
Yes, it is. Personal audit, you can keep it that way.
But
I will have to part with something small.
the door is this way.
I'm not going to let you come between me and my wife.
My brother already did it for me.
Holidays are supposed to bring us closer, but now I realize
Christmas, and when I look around, your eyes outshine.
Thank you for staying with us. Check. Now we want to talk about the year that has been. The year is coming to an end. 2021 has been quite the year for the Kenyan economy. And to have this conversation is an economic analyst, David Kingo. He's with us here in studio. Thank you, David, for coming.
Thanks too for the invitation.
Karibu sana. 2021, the year that has been. Could you just give us an overview, because we closed 2020 at 0.3% contraction of the economic growth. How has 2021 been?
Definitely, even the issue is to differentiate between 2019, 2021, because of course it has been marred by the same challenges, even though the last quarter, or rather starting the year from January to December 2021, the last quarter of that particular financial year has really been positive, not compared to the first two quarters, measuring the year from January to December. So of course the last two quarters are quite better. That will mean the first two quarters of the current financial year by government have been quite positive, because after the opening up. But the first two quarters, or the last quarter of the last financial years, are always similar with compared to 2019, because that was the time of lockdown and a lot of business being slow at that particular time. Yes.
The first quarter of the year, January to March, thereabout, the economy grew by around 0.7%.
Yes.
Then in the second quarter was very it stood out, because the growth was around 10.1%, largely because schools were reopening, the hospitality sector, tourism, aviation, they were also picking up. How is this now? Just talk about that 10.1% growth.
Of course, the 10% must have majorly come from opening of operations, because the way we would measure economic growth, basically the major trigger, the main parameter would be supply chain, because the supply chain, of course, affect consumption. Supply chains affect many other businesses, has a lot of heavy multiply effect.